Saturn cosmology. Central to a reconstruction of ancient planetary history is the acknowledgement of the primacy of the planet Saturn. This has come about through comparative mythology studies. In modern times, has been promulgated by David Talbot in his book, The Saturn Myth, published in 1980. This important detective work and its later iterations by other scholars have furthered an understanding on a planetary arrangement completely different than today. There are now extensive writings and a number of videos that flesh out this evidence. The most significant one to date is Talbot's Symbols of an Alien Sky. It is a heartwarming and eye-opening view of a missing chapter in Earth's history, and I would totally suggest watching that if you haven't already seen it. And even watching it a couple of times is good. This reality is one of the most important memories of the ancient world. The era when Saturn reigned was a time when Earth was bathed in the light and warmth. According to many myths, humans had abilities far beyond what we have today. We could talk with the animals, had a radiant light body, could levitate or fly, and the veil between life and death was slight. The best reconstruction so far, Saturn was the central illuminating body that sat nearly motionless in the heavens above the North Pole. Saturn was our original sun, a sub-brown dwarf star that itself came to orbit around our current sun. Depending on which Saturnian theorist you embrace, Saturn either carried with it or recaptured the other solar planets in a sub- or suprapolar conjunction. The planets strung out like beads on a piece of hanging wire or twine, the whole edifice orbiting around the sun. Saturn was in the middle with Neptune above, and then Uranus with its tippy axis at the topmost. According to Talbot, immediately below Saturn was Venus, then Mars, and then Earth. Janot Cook, another Saturnian, has Mercury in a place of Venus, with Venus off to the side of Saturn, connected by a curved plasma stream. This was the rib that Adam, Saturn, broke from his body to create Eve, Venus. Most Saturnians recognize that the super-hot electrified Venus was born out of Saturn through some unexplained eruption, and that sometime in its early existence Venus acted like a renegade comet. Immanuel Velikovsky thought that Venus emerged from Jupiter, but this appears to be an error according to most, and there are some who've speculated that's why the red spot exists. Many Saturnians hesitate to put a date on it, but tend to agree that Venus was hatched either prior or early during what Talbot calls the era of the gods, when Saturn enjoyed its prominence. This period was the Greek Golden Age, the Hebraic Garden of Eden. This massive Saturn-entrained conjunction that lasted more than 1,000 years, and possibly much longer, can be seen represented in the ubiquitous images of the so-called Venus figurines, aka the Michelin tire man with the bulbous curves. These curves were the outlines of the glow mode plasma comas that enveloped each planet. What a sight for our ancestors to contemplate and render and sculpture down through the ages. No wonder that we embraced this vision in the abode of the gods, for the gods were the planets, and we watched. Everything they did, we desired to reenact. As above, so below, was our human motto. Saturn cosmology can be broke down into three periods. The middle being the great reign of benevolence, when the massive planetary conjunction was most stable and the skies had cleared so humans could see what was going on. For Saturnians, the beginning of this period is recognized as the time of creation, the basis for most indigenous creation myths. Prior to this time, there are a few different credible scenarios on how this formation came in being. They each explain how Saturn came to be influenced by the Sun, having been captured by it, and possibly assisted by the agency of a massive Jupiter, which was never part of the Saturn system. This situation is worthy of added study, as the subject is beyond the scope of this video. This early history, with Saturn's possible role in previous era-ending Earth catastrophes, is a fascinating topic. Certainly, at the end of the last ice age, 12,000 years ago, something spectacular occurred, with Saturn to cause the massive megafauna species to die off. Further back, it is possible to conjecture that Saturn had a hand in the other mass extinction periods, if it was an influence that came and went periodically through the solar system.
Issues about which David and I disagreed concerned the Proto-Saturnian configuration. As I, together with other colleagues of mine, have posited, this configuration involved 3 planets, Venus, Mars and Earth, in a linear configuration that was axially strung along the Birkeland current emanating from Proto-Saturn's southern pole. Not only that, but taking our cue from Ralph Jurgens, some of us have accepted that this configuration had been travelling outside the demarcation of the solar system before it penetrated the Sun's heliospheric boundary on its way towards the Sun. It is not that David himself did not agree with this. In fact, he did. As he pointed out to me towards the end of 2010, such a configuration could only have existed while it was travelling through the Sun's heliosphere. Prior to that, while it had still been outside the solar system, the configuration's planetary brood would have been in equatorial orbit around Proto-Saturn. The mathematical calculations he conducted led him to believe that the transformation of the equatorially orbiting planets into a linear configuration would have taken 80 years maximum to 30 years minimum. Having visited Lynn Rose in Casa Grande, Arizona in October of the same year, David said he had debated this concept with him and that Rose was in total agreement with him. As I pointed out to David in February of the following year, Rose's agreement on this issue surprised me, since throughout the years he had been vociferously adamant that at no time would the Proto-Saturnian configuration have ever achieved polar linearity. Rose and I had debated this point for years, and unless David misunderstood him, it was heartening to hear that he had finally accepted it, even if only for the relatively short duration of the configuration's passage through the heliosphere. Truth be told, however, Rose's view and David's had earlier been proposed by Wallace Thornhill. Allow me, however, to backtrack a little. This is a photo Dwight took of me at the 1995 centenary celebration of Velikovsky's birth in New York. We had a lot of fun together, David and I, on that trip. Allow me, however, to backtrack a little. As I had stated back in 1978, this axial planetary coupling had been the greatest stumbling block in my own unravelling of the Proto-Saturnian scenario. As far as I knew at that particular time, there were no such coupled bodies known from anywhere in the universe. Worse than that, I was also under the false impression that celestial mechanics, as then known, would not allow for such coupling. Despite bold attempts by others to solve this problem, I could never accept any of the theoretical underpinnings they proposed for such linearity. And yet, that such linear formations did exist in space eventually came to me through the discovery of the jetting star designated as HD 163296 that I had come across while browsing through the internet. I had actually circulated a photograph of this formation that included 3 objects strung along its axial jet during the private roundtable discussion by the speakers at the Chronia Communications World Conference held in Portland, Oregon in September 2000. That was an unforgettable meeting. Unfortunately, the astrophysicist Halton Arp, who was also present, mistook the photograph of the controversial runaway body that was said to be streaming away from the double star system known as DMR1, which he therefore brushed away as irrelevant to the discussion that was taking place. I was, however, very elated when, during the same round of discussions, Arp himself declared that linear formations are not uncommon in the cosmos. When, a month later, I asked him what linearly coupled formations he had in mind, he referred me to Herbig-Haro objects, concerning which he himself had already published 2 photographs of the one designated as HH34. He was actually apologetic when I told him that the photograph of HD 163296 that I had circulated in Portland delineated just such an object, spurting star. Although the first of these formations had been detected in the 19th century, the discoverer Shelburne Wesley had no idea what it was he had discovered. It was not until the independent studies by George Herbig and Guillermo Haro, for whom the objects became named, that by the 1940s these formations began to be understood as possible stellar formative structures. Let no one think that these objects are rare throughout our galaxy. There are actually hundreds of them, maybe even more. More than that, and this is what had attracted me to these objects in the first place, The system associated with HD 163296, the picture of which I had circulated at the Cronia conference, was actually labelled by NASA as a young planetary system. Once this confusion between ARP and I was settled, in other words, once he realised that he had mistaken the photograph I had circulated for an entirely different object, he let me know that he too was of the opinion that planets could be formed through stellar ejected axial currents. As he explained, and this is a quote, "The HH objects, Herbig-Haro objects, indeed show luminous knots obviously ejected in a line from a central source. I included a picture of HH34 in my book, Seeing Red. The purpose of that inclusion is to demonstrate that such ejections happen on both galactic and stellar scales in the universe." And he has in italics, "I personally consider the outrageous possibility that planets could originate in such fashion also." End of quote. Although ARP gave me permission to divulge the views he expressed to me in private, he was also adamant to keep his musings in context. Thus, to be fair, none of the above is to say that ARP agrees with the Proto-Saturnian scenario. Stellar collimated bipolar outflows, also known as jets, similar to the Birkeland current axis that joined the planets in the Proto-Saturnian configuration, are now known to be common in interstellar space. They are, in fact, part and parcel of Herbig-Haro objects. Cosmic linearity, however, is not to be encountered merely in Herbig-Haro objects. Comets, too, have been known to exhibit linear formations. One of the best examples of such cometary configurations was dramatically displayed in July 1994, when comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke into 21 fragments that ended up strung out like pearls on a string before catastrophically ploughing into the planet Jupiter. It was in fact this comet that Wallace Thornhill has been promoting as an example of the manner in which the Proto-Saturnian system could have been linearly formed. Just as it was Jupiter's gravitational pull that was responsible for the fragmentation of the comet and the stretching of those fragments into their now famous lineup, so also, according to Thornhill, was the Sun's heftier attraction responsible for the breakup of the Proto-Saturnian system into its linear planetary configuration. And as already noted, this was the reasoning that David Salkeld adhered to too. Comets, however, need not fragment in order to resolve themselves into a string of linear formations. As Marinus van der Sluis has brought to the attention of his readers in relation to this subject, comets can sprout as many as 3 separate tails. Those tails, designated as type 1, can sometimes exhibit bright knots of condensed matter strung out along their rectilinear emissions. Fair enough, with or without such condensed lumps, comets remain denizens of the solar system and thus subjected to the Sun's influence. Yet how much different is that from Herbig-Haro objects, which are subjected to the influence of their host stars? Would not the planets that were linearly aligned within Proto-Saturn's axial current have also been subjected to their host star before they were disrupted by our present Sun on entry into the solar system's sphere of influence? As it finally had to be admitted, the most important aspect of the Herbig-Haro phenomenon is arguably the unique insights which it has provided into the processes that lead to the formation of stars. That leads to the ejection of quasars from galaxies. As Brian Hills points out, this is an unorthodox idea, but one that is slowly gaining ground. As he explains, and I quote, "The ejection process usually involves shooting pairs of quasars in opposite directions out from the active centre of the galaxy along the poles of the galaxy. Indeed, pairs of quasars in the central galaxy often lie on a straight line. As ARP himself found reason to ask, if stars and quasars can be ejected in this manner, why not planets? And that, to be sure, was quite a daring proposal, even by one who, for other reasons, had already been ostracised from the scientific community. Planetary systems outside our own solar one were still considered somewhat hypothetical at the time Ralph Jurgens considered Earth to have belonged to just such an array. Today, multiple planet systems are held to be quite common, beyond the Sun. Some of these systems, which may have been spawned by brown dwarf stars, have been described as bizarre configurations. As far as the accepted theory is concerned, planets coagulated out of the debris, said to be mainly dust and gas, contained in circumstellar disks. What was being discovered in exoplanetary systems, however, was turning this theory, known as core accretion, on its head. If planets were really formed out of circumstellar disks, they should end up circling in the same direction as their host star's rotational vector. On the contrary, quite a few exoplanets were found to be orbiting in the opposite direction of their host star, which astronomers at the European Southern Observatory consider a serious challenge to current theories of planet formation. Not only that, but newer models of planet formation keep being upset by newer discoveries. As Hal Levison, then at the Southwest Research Institute in Boulder, Colorado, stated, and I quote him word for word, "These models are crap. They may be the best we can do, but they are still crap." End of quote. And yet, while he criticises the prevailing core accretion model, he continues to champion it, believing that it only needs to become more sophisticated. Where have we heard all this before? Enough, the replicated system was merely a computerised artificiality. It closely resembled what astrophysicists observe in real stellar jets, and that's a quotation, and has therefore been touted as one of the greatest astrophysical experiments that's ever been done. According to the Nobel laureate Hans Alfvén, it is vast magnetic vortices in space operating through what is known as a pinch effect that draws plasma together to form not only galaxies and galaxy clusters but also stars and planets. And it is the jet-embedded knots in question, more correctly known as plasmoids, that evolve into planetesimals and eventually into planets. Judging by what has been and continues to be discovered in the world's Arctic regions, a stationary source of heat located in Earth's north celestial pole is not only called for, but has actually been implied by mainstream paleontologists. And in order for this stationary source of heat to accomplish all that is being discovered, it needs to have been in existence since day one. I will not say that I would have been able to convince David concerning all of this had he not left us so unexpectedly. There are others who have accepted the Proto-Saturnian scenario without having yet been convinced of this particular stance.
A very similar set to atmospheric physics. The temperature here for this hot Jupiter is 1100 Kelvin, which sits within the regime of the temperatures that you get for brown dwarfs. So the physics are common, but for brown dwarfs you get really high signal noise data, whereas for exoplanets you don't get high signal noise data. So they're a great laboratory for understanding the kinds of things that you might expect to see for exoplanets, or the kinds of processes that are probably happening for exoplanets.
The cradle of life gets back to the idea of the Garden of Eden period in man's memory. If you're a satellite orbiting within that anode glow, and this is not an outrageous idea because astronomers have suggested the same thing for red giants, that planets could actually orbit within that star because the atmosphere is such low density. In fact, we orbit in the sun's atmosphere, if you like, and it doesn't cause us any trouble. But within that glowing shell, the radiant energy received from that envelope is constant over the entire globe. The light from the plasmasphere is not reflected light, it's radiant energy. Brown dwarfs radiate blue and ultraviolet light even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs, so you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilised as coal. Now, the problem faced by life on planets orbiting a red star, I think you saw last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth. And on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. Just see how much of this I want to show you, because we saw this yesterday, so I might skip. This is referring to that super flare you saw yesterday, and you remember the astrophysicist said anyone who was on a planet orbiting that star at the time would be having a very bad day. Well, I think the Earth has had its bad days, and they're reflected in the geological record. So we'll skip that. The mass extinctions. As I said, those flare-ups can be so drastic that it would practically wipe out the life on any existing life on those satellites of that dwarf star. Ironically, intelligent life can't communicate through such a plasma shell using radio waves, so the lack of intelligible radio signals in the SETI project is understandable. In fact, denizens of such worlds would most likely be unaware of the universe at large. Now, astronomers also submit that orbiting a red dwarf is possibly one of the best places to look for life. What they've never considered is orbiting inside a red dwarf. A recent report of a spotty brown dwarf which suggests there are things orbiting within that red anode sheath, causing a dimming of the glow behind wherever that satellite happens to be. They're calling it weather, but of course if it's an anode glow it has nothing to do with weather. So this is a picture of the brown dwarf Proto-Saturn as I see it. Now there would have been many more bodies than you see there, but I've included Mars and Earth and Proto-Saturn because they're the main players at this stage. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their conventional habitable zone. This suggests there are a large number hidden inside the red star's glow. And you can say that too because our gas giants all have large numbers of satellites orbiting quite closely. But you'll note there is no Venus at this stage. Gigantism. It wasn't just pterodactyls that struggled to get up off the ground. Scaling of muscle and bone strength shows that dinosaurs could not have raised their bodies off the ground in today's gravity. For them to move about, Earth's gravity needed to be about 1/3 of today's. Global extinction and fossilization requires far more than a simple impact. Clearly, we have no understanding of the cause.
There are quite a few things that lead me to believe that this is a likely event. One of them is axial tilt families. Saturn, Mars, the Earth are about 4 degrees varying from each other. Solar system is kind of a odd collection of planets with different axial tilts. I know that Venus is upside down and rotating clockwise, but it's hot and it's relatively a new planet, and it's very possible that when it was still in its formative phase, it got booted out of the Saturn system. But for Earth, Mars, and Saturn to have the same tilt is an indicator that they belong to the same family. I know there's a theory that the tilt of the Earth moved that caused an extinction event, but that's with the 4 billion year old story. And I guess it's possible that the tilt of the Earth could have moved while it was being displaced from Saturn and put into place where it is now, going around the sun. You know, they say that life is stranger than fiction, and it would take a pretty good imagination to think of something like this happening. But to think that a planet started as a grain of dust and it accreted into a full-size planet with an atmosphere and water that was brought to it by comets that they don't find any water on is even harder for me to believe. When compared to the spin axis of the Sun, the spin axis of the planets fall into 2 groups. Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus all have their axis at about the same inclination as the axis of the Sun. The spin axis of Saturn and the planets Earth, Mars, and Neptune are all within less than 1 degree of 30.9 degrees different from the spin axis of the Sun. Mercury revolves at the equator of the Sun, but its orbit is understood to be an incline by 7 degrees from the ecliptic. Ecliptic is defined by the plane of the Earth's orbit. The inclination of the Earth's orbit deviates by 0 degrees from the ecliptic, but it's actually at an angle of 7 degrees to the Sun's equator. The discrepancies in the rotational axis of the planets show more clearly if they're all compared to the rotational axis of the Sun. So it's more than likely that either Saturn, Earth, and Mars came into the Sun's system, or perhaps it was the other way around. Maybe the Sun came in to the Saturn system. I think it's probably more than likely that Saturn was the interloper, because then you would have achieved the linear configuration that they're talking about. I don't see how that could have happened unless the Sun blew by and pulled the planets out. I suppose that could have happened. Maybe that is what happened. That would explain why, instead of Saturn receding away from the Sun, perhaps the Earth was being pulled from the Sun away from Saturn. I suppose that could be a scenario that would work. Either way, something had to have happened like this, because our solar system looks like a train wreck. Most of them have hot Jupiters really close to their Sun. Massive Jupiters give birth to rocky core planets. I think that scenario is a lot more believable than the one that is being sold to us. And then for gigantism to not be able to exist with today's gravity, then it would stand to reason that if the Earth once had less gravity, 2/3 less gravity, that's pretty significant. Gigantism would be a lot more likely, and that would mean people too. There's your fabled giants. I don't think that's a myth. I think that's true. And that would be totally in line with a smaller Earth that had less water and gravity. It might even explain how they could have put 100-ton blocks in precise locations in the Great Pyramid and Stonehenge too. They were maybe copying what they saw in the sky. I know there's one star right now that looks like a step pyramid. And, so those configurations that were in the sky, I can see how they could have influenced ancient man a lot more than with the sky we see today. Mainstream still does not seem to grasp that planets, such as the Earth, Titan, or Mars, could orbit inside the plasmasphere. They call it weather. Well, to an extent, that may be right. It would be weather for the planets inside, I suppose. Seems like it was a paradise lost. The more you learn about it, maybe that's where the whole term came from. Kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Makes complete sense to me. The only bad thing, most likely, would be that it occasionally flares. It doesn't have the prominence of a star like the Sun. When you think about it, we lost a great thing, most likely. On the other hand, I don't think it would be all that great if it was dusk and raining all the time either. There wouldn't be no such thing as a sunny day. We wouldn't even be aware of the universe that surrounds us until we got to the space age. But I often wonder what that environment would be like between those two planets. It's pretty obvious that life once existed on Mars, a civilization of some sort. It could still be there for all we know. Something happened where Mars lost its atmosphere. Really makes you think, man. Could people fly between the two planets? It might sound weird or crazy, but it stimulates the imagination for sure. So the Earth must have been much smaller to have 1/3 the amount of gravity it has today. Everything was bigger. There was a lot more oxygen in the atmosphere. Still haven't found out where fresh water comes from, but how can it be that some water on Earth is salt water and some water is fresh? How come it just don't all get mixed up? Eventually, I think they'd all be somewhere. And dinosaurs, wow, them big massive creatures. Their sizes are beyond belief. I think that's why all children, including myself, were attracted to dinosaurs right off. And it's always the T-Rex, you know. Think about them things walking around. And then just think about how amazing it must have been, and mind-blowing, mind-bending for that canopy to come open and, you know, ancient man witnessed the stars for the first time. You got all these plasma formations around. It must have been a pretty crazy time to be alive. I could see why they would do the things they did. We're trying to wrap their heads around it. The idea of being on the menu isn't very appealing. 30-foot wingspan birds flying around scooping up people and eating them wouldn't be very appealing either. Honey, watch the kids. So I guess there's 6 to 1 and a half dozen to another. That's what I would think. If I had my choice, well, I'd have to experience it there for a while. Humans, we make them pets. It'd be pretty tough to beat life on Earth. Teach them how to kill. For me.
All in all, what follows is a preview of a more comprehensive reconstruction yet to come, that will unite the myths surrounding Jupiter and Saturn with the observations of modern astronomy, archaeology, and a growing number of interdisciplinary fields of study. Along the way, we shall meet a handful of Jovian alter egos from around the world, including Zeus, Baal, Indra, Marduk, Hadad, Amun-Re, Thor, Teshub, Bolontiku, Ninurta, and Ningirsu. Luminous details conserved across cultures in parallel patterns will help us establish a visual vocabulary that clearly denotes and differentiates Jovian references and associations previously obscured by Saturnian misidentifications. As old erroneous planetary identifications are laid to rest, a tighter chronology of planetary events may be established. And as the myths surrounding Jupiter and Saturn come to be viewed in proper perspective, as pre-literate cultural memories of actual historical circumstances, our modern-day beliefs, taboos, and superstitions, long held over from former ages of catastrophe, might also be seen in a new light. An earlier binary arrangement of the solar system is widely speculated to have been dominated by Proto-Jupiter and the Sun. An ancient satellite sharing a common barycenter with the Sun, Proto-Jupiter was likely comparable to a sub-brown dwarf star, and may have been in an inflated hot phase of development at this time. So-called hot Jupiters, giant planets with masses comparable to Jupiter, orbiting extremely close to their host stars, are quite numerous in nearby star systems. In light of the abundance of these hot Jupiters, it was recently proposed that Jupiter likewise formed in the innermost parts of the primeval solar system. While the Jupiter we know has since cooled off and is now parked safely far away, the very fact that hot Jupiters exist in other systems at all is very real and remarkable, and suggests that the bodies in our solar system were not necessarily formed where we find them today. Indeed, an unresolved issue long besetting the Nice model is its inability to account for Saturn's relatively late arrival in the context of Jupiter's early formation and evolvement. Simulations consistently suggest that Saturn must have been either strangely absent or relatively far removed at this time. Cicero famously ascribed an ancient, wide-ranging, boundless course to Saturn that eventually necessitated Jupiter's intervention. While the actual beginning of the drama is difficult to pinpoint, there was eventually a point at which the two giants approached each other closely. Echoing Ralph Jurgen's suggestion that Saturn was the invading star to a Sun-Jupiter binary, modern cosmologists now seem to concur. Initially far away, Saturn swiftly approached Jupiter, accelerating exponentially in a runaway migration towards the Sun. Perhaps Proto-Saturn was initially captured by the Sun from beyond heliopause. Or perhaps Proto-Saturn had been ejected into a far-ranging solar orbit by an earlier interplanetary encounter, eventually swinging back around to perihelion like a comet, converging on Proto-Jupiter and the Sun. No matter how its inbound trajectory was originally initiated, Proto-Saturn would possess an accumulated charge potential befitting colder, more distant reaches of space. As such, Proto-Saturn would be likely to sport a preponderance of positive voltage with respect to the relatively low-voltage Sun-Jupiter binary. Thus, Proto-Saturn would eventually be captured by Jupiter and the Sun simply because their opposite charges would attract and draw them closer and closer together. The Saturnist model of Proto-Saturn as an extrasolar interloper with a grossly mismatched charge potential hence fills a distinct narrative void in the Nice model. The sudden jump in eccentricities had a drastic effect on the system as a whole. The Saturnian planets were wrenched out of polar alignment as their respective spin rates accelerated in response to the Saturn system's displaced forward momentum. The multi-resonant state was suddenly broken, permanently upsetting the primeval state of our solar system. No longer axially synchronized, individual charge sheets formed around each planet as the conjoined plasmasphere of Jupiter and Saturn subdivided, electrically isolating them from one another. Saturn was displaced from its polar position, and the gaseous envelope surrounding the Saturnian planets began to disperse. The Nice model notably suggests that the instability that our multi-resonant planetary system suffered was quite likely to be severe, given that the initial interplanetary separations were smaller. That is, when the initial planetary configuration is more compact, more interplanetary encounters will occur when the configuration is scattered, outbound migrations will be rapidly excited and accelerated, the migrating planets will be driven more distantly from the original configuration, and the more spaced out with respect to each other will displaced planets eventually be. Earth appears to have been the furthest body below the conjoined orbits of the other Saturnian planets. Earth would have been a considerable distance vertically below Jupiter also. In such an arrangement, Earth and its synchronous Saturnian companions would pass by Jupiter roughly once with every yearly revolution around the Sun. A visually distorted Jupiter may have been occasionally visible in the north skies when Jupiter and Saturn were near conjunction. Under such conditions, Jupiter would have appeared as a bright upturned crescent, horn, or sickle backlit by the Sun. Avian lore regarding the end of the Golden Age, the celestial mill revolving in the sky above Earth's north pole churned out first gold, then salt, then sand and stones, before it finally sank into the sea. The Greeks specifically associated Kronos with blizzards of snow and hail, remembered as the planet god's weapons at war. The theme of Saturn being tied up or put in these chains specifically by Jupiter was also recalled globally. In Platonic lore, Kronos was put in chains by Zeus to restrain his boundless course and to bind him in the network of the stars. At the same time, it was said, Zeus also surrounded himself in bands and belts. In placing bonds about his father, he at the same time bound himself. By these means, Zeus bound himself subject to his own laws as well. This episode of the Jupiter-Saturn myth has, of course, been subsequently verified, first by telescope and later by robot videography. Saturn is indeed in chains and fetters. Jupiter is indeed shrouded in bands and belts. Surely, in distant times, these two great bodies must have been much closer to the Earth for their physical attributes to be so vividly and prominently presented. He defeated Saturn and the Sun by his brilliance, we are told in Vedic literature. It was then that Zeus became Lord of the bright skies. A stellar history for Jupiter was, in fact, much in vogue among mainstream astronomers through the 17th to 19th centuries, when popular astronomy famously speculated on the nature of Jupiter as a dark star. A hypothesis revived during the second half of the 20th century in light of the considerable implications suggested by data recovered from orbiting satellites and interplanetary explorers. Jupiter's wide-ranging variety of active emanations, infrared, radio, X-ray, and ultraviolet among them, have led others to consider Jupiter as a failed sun, or a star yet to be. Below Jupiter's glowing globe appeared a long beard, mantle, or cloak trailing all the way to the horizon below, a stupendous plume of plasma extending away from Jupiter's south geographic pole. This plasma expulsion would have been primarily an inflow of electrons, but simultaneously also an outflow of protons and other dissociated ions. Appearing as a steep elongated cone, Jupiter's southern expulsion was also characterized as his royal mountain, or throne of glory. In the Kabbalah, this appearance is remembered as the long-bearded Arik Anpin, the extended countenance of the newly crowned star god. He let out his throne above and stretched a part of his glory below. And the Ancient of Days did sit. His throne was fiery flame, and his wheels burning fire. For a cloak and armor of terror, with a fearsome halo his head was turbaned. On the other side of the world, Viracocha was similarly remembered as a tall, glowing, bearded man dressed in a long, flowing cloak, who came in a time of chaos to set the world to rights. In the following centuries, peoples throughout the world began constructing mountains of chalk and pyramids of stone, sometimes square, sometimes star-shaped, sometimes round, in the image of such polar plasma expulsions. These were the high places, so often mentioned in the Hebrew books, on which the idolaters sacrificed to foreign gods. Much more recently, a comparable plasma expulsion has been witnessed emanating from both poles of protoplanetary nebula HD 44179. The distinct rungs, or steps of this conical ejection, are remarkably comparable to early pyramids, ziggurats, and mounds, and suggest that those imitative architectures were purposeful representations of what was visibly seen in the night skies by our ancestors here below. A smaller, less intense plasma discharge impinged at Jupiter's north geographic pole. This discharge appears to have bifurcated into 2 or more distinct flow vortices, broadening like plumes as they trailed away above the glowing globe. Seen from a distance, this expulsion was suggestive of horns, antennae, or a feather headdress. On some representations, these plasma plumes appear as wavering rays emanating from Jupiter's shoulders, such as in representations of Marduk. Even more impressive would have been the equatorial belts of glowing plasma within Jupiter's coma. The left and right cross-sections, where the toroid belts appeared most densely lit, stood out dramatically as 2 bright, watchful, and immobile eyes staring back at humankind. Eye icon figurines and amulets, with dramatically glaring open eyes, have been recovered in the Near East by the tens of thousands. And similar motifs are found as petroglyphs, as engravings on the walls of barrows, cave paintings, and other artifacts recovered globally. Identified by Anthony Peratt as a low-opacity torus, the most intense plasma currents would be concentrated at the center and be surrounded by a number of concentric shells. The fact that other facial features were less readily apparent was suggestive to some cultures of the god as wearing a mask or helmet. In later eras, this was further stylized as a totemic owl with garishly oversized eyes, sacred to Athena and Minerva, but also to Lilith and Moloch. The symbolism of the dreadful all-seeing owl has continued to mesmerize members of secret societies to this very day.
Hey, kabongs are thick as flies around here.
Kabong!
Hey, watch it, will you, Quick Straw?
Gosh, I'm sorry, Baba Louie. I was overcome by a kabongin' frenzy.
Both gravitational attraction and electrical repulsion are functions of the inverse of the separating distance, the square of the distance for gravitation. But the magnetic field of Saturn within the plasmasphere would reshape the electrical field intensity to the apple shape of the magnetosphere of Saturn. Thus, only the gravitational attraction would be spherical. The electrical repulsion would be shaped by the magnetic lines of force within Saturn's plasmasphere, with a region of lower electrical potential, and thus lesser repulsive force. At the 2 dimple locations of the apple shape, at this location, neither force would overwhelm the other, and a stable balance point could be reached between the 2 planets. At a much greater separation, if the plasmaspheres of the 2 planets touch, they will reform to become a single enclosing plasmasphere. The planets will then sense each other's electrical charge, and repulsive forces will result. Since both will be negative, this will be followed immediately by an induction of opposite voltages in one of the planets, resulting in a sudden increased difference in voltage between the 2, causing an attractive electrical force between them, but also resulting in an attempt at charge equalization. Because of the voltage difference, electrical arcs or thunderbolts will pass between the 2 planets.
Groovy.
The electric universe almost suffices to explain just about every riddle that there is and as we go on, I can show you more of what I'm talking about. But another riddle is solved by this exchange of thunderbolts between the planets. Myths in the American Northwest that the Grand Canyon was carved out in a day. And Mars is known as the planet that had the closest approaches with Earth. So Mars and Earth would have exchanged thunderbolts, and the radiation that was released during those exchanges would have pretty much killed anybody that was in the area to try to carve it into a rock. But if you just look at the Grand Canyon from space, you can see that it looks like it was carved out electrically. It even has taken on the shape of a barred spiral galaxy, and it's the same thing with galaxies, and right down to little experiments on a table in a garage. You can experiment pretty much anything. But this also explains the asteroids and comets that are out there floating around by the thousands. It's a much better explanation for them than for them to be leftovers and dirty snowballs, which we've already covered, and we know that they're not, that bring water. I mean, these planets were encased in brown dwarfs' plasma sheaths, and they were constantly being watered on, sediment, growing in atmosphere, and brown dwarfs are even admitted by mainstream that they have these qualities. So it's not really so far-fetched. It's a lot more believable than the accretion model. Also in phase 2, when Jupiter and Saturn created the vortex with the subpolar alignment, they would have been covered in what is said in the Jupiter myth as a phosphorescence, a rainy canopy. So it rained for a very long period of time, and all you got to do is take a look at the Sphinx, which very many archaeologists, well, alternative archaeologists, say that has been there for at least 26,000 years, for sure 12,000. So that explains your precipitation lines in the rock strata there. Plus it explains the water line on all the pyramids. A body of water sat there for a long time. The fact that the Milky Way is seen in the sky at an angle has always puzzled astronomers. If we originated from the Milky Way, we ought to be orientated to the galaxy's ecliptic, with the planets aligned around our Sun in much the same angle as our Sun aligns with the Milky Way. Instead, as first suggested by researcher Matthew Perkins Irwin, the odd angle suggests that our Sun is influenced by some other system. Together with data from the 2-micron all-sky survey, we now know what it is. We actually belong to the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. We sifted several thousand interesting stars from a catalog of 500 million. By turning our maps of the sky to the right kind of star, the Sagittarius jumped into view. Both stars and star clusters now in outer parts of the Milky Way have been stolen from Sagittarius. I guess they don't take into consideration that our solar system was in a car accident. For only a few percent of its 240 million year orbit around the Milky Way does our solar system pass through the path of Sagittarius debris. Remarkably, stars from Sagittarius are now raining down onto our present position in the Milky Way. Stars from an alien galaxy are relatively near us. We have to rethink our assumptions about the Milky Way to account for this contamination. It has been postulated that this is the real reason for both global warming since higher energy levels of the Milky Way are almost certain to cause our sun to burn hotter and emit higher energies. Indeed, temperatures have been seen to rise on virtually all of the planets in our system. This seems quite apart from any local phenomena like greenhouse gases, etc. The grand turning is possibly the root cause for the discontinuation of the Mayan calendar, the most accurate on the planet, because the reed point of the Pleiades star cluster, which many believe the calendar was based on, can no longer be a constant as we begin to steer away from the earlier predictable movements. The marriage of our birth galaxy and the new adopted Milky Way galaxy is causing energy shifts that are obvious just about everywhere. Here are some of the changes being watched by scientists. A growth of dark spots on Pluto, reporting auroras on Saturn, reporting of Uranus and Neptune's polar shifts. They are magnetically conjunct planets. And the abrupt large-scale growth of Uranus magnetosphere intensity, a change in light intensity and light spot dynamics on Neptune, the doubling of the magnetic field intensity on Jupiter, a series of new states and processes observed, a series of Martian atmosphere transformations increasing its biosphere quality, in particular, a cloudy growth in the equator area, unusual growth of ozone concentration. Oh, so Mars has ozone, but we're losing ours. The moon seems to be growing an atmosphere. A first-stage atmosphere generation on the moon, where a growing natrium atmosphere is detected that reaches 9,000 kilometers in height. Significant physical, chemical, and optical changes observed on Venus. An inversion of dark and light spots detected, a sharp decrease of sulfur-containing gases in the atmosphere, a change in the quality of interplanetary space towards an increase in its interplanetary and solar planetary transmitting properties. I just thought that this was an interesting article. I have it attached below if you want to check it out. Modern science proclaims the solar system is 4.5 billion years old, and outside of an extinction event every so many million years, not much changes, except that the continents are on tectonic plates and they move an inch or so every year, 100 years. But there's another story, and it was first promulgated that I know of by Immanuel Velikovsky, that the history of our current solar system is much more recent than billions of years of Earth going around the sun, as any and all dating methods have been proven unreliable. Watch this.
Now, from a scientific point of view, what are we told? We're told, yes, we have an ice age. This ice age happened in what we know as the Pleistocene epoch, and before the ice age, there was nothing. Men walked around in skins, and Neanderthal men, hunter-gatherers. No such concept as Atlantis or Lemuria or any other advanced civilization could possibly have existed. So what is the tenets of the official theory? Well, the high priests of geology were of Charles Lyell. He was the exponent of the theory of uniformity. That simply means that through the geological record, nature, evolution, all of these things are incrementally slow, very, very slow movements of development over vast expanses of time. Louis Agassiz, he was the exponent of the glacial theory, exponent of the ice ages, and particularly Professor James Geekie, geology professor, Edinburgh University, a major champion of the Ice Age theory. And believe me, that's all it is, a theory, as we're about to see. Now, the Ice Ages are meant to have taken place, geologically speaking, in what is known as the Pleistocene epoch. This is the epoch lasting 2 million years that is housing what we know as the Ice Age. But Professor James Geekie says, if there is anything more fantastic than Geekie's extravagant theory, it is that it has been lapped up by his successors and by intelligent men who, by logic alone, should be able to denounce it. Yet it is today a dogma. This is Commons Beaumont, one of the most suppressed scholars of all time, talking about Geekie's findings. He says it's unsustainable, simply a dogma. Communist Beaumont goes on to say, the flood, to the world generally a vague and nebulous tradition, really conceals the most appalling visitation, and its ravages in the British Isles and Scandinavian lands may be retraced to more considerable extent by the effects of what geologists term the drift age. It was no mere ice drift, it was a sudden and terribly swift and violent. So Beaumont was one of the great catastrophists. Along with Immanuel Velikovsky, he was a person who decried and did not believe in or subscribe to the uniformitarian philosophy. he understood that we had been visited by tremendously swift cataclysms of the past. And he spent his life trying to refute what Geikie and the uniformitarianists were advancing. And in the fine book, When the Earth Nearly Died by Allen and Dallaire, they say it is an astonishing that such an unscientific explanation ever came to be formulated, yet in a short time both it and the concept of immense thick ice sheets descending from a hypothetical northern mountain system was enthusiastically embraced as virtually established fact. They go on to write, the evidence is perfectly unambiguous, along with the removal of an ice age like that which is hitherto commonly envisaged. The evidence suggests that there is something seriously amiss with the last phases of standard geological chronology. Now, these unsustainable theories of ice ages and drift ages has been refuted in the 90s by several authors, not only Allen and Dallaire, but by Michael Cremo in his monumental work Forbidden Archaeology, and more specifically by the Observer magazine scientific writer Robert Milton, who wrote a fine book called Shattering the Myths of Darwin. Now, Clifford Wilson, in his book, The Chariots Still Crash, he says, some dates obtained by other radiometric methods are seriously astray, such as the age of millions of years being attributed to volcanic rocks in Hawaii, which are known to be less than 200 years old. This is reported in the Journal of Geophysical Research. It is known that these lava rocks were actually formed in 1800 and 1801 in Hualai in Hawaii. The potassium-argon dating methods was utilized, and a formation age of 160 million to 3 billion years were given for this rock formation, which was known to be just over 170 years old. This is not an isolated report. Rock samples from 12 volcanoes in Russia and 10 samples from other places around the world, all known to be of recent age, that is formed within the last 200 years, when dated by the uranium, thorium, lead method, gave ages varying from millions to billions of years. So here's your science for you. But luckily, a lot of these scientific findings are now being seriously refuted, and we need to know about this. Clifford Wilson goes on to say, there is increasing evidence to suggest that those figures of millions of years, which we were given in our childhood, must be put to one side. And indeed they must. But what would happen if they are? What happens if we suddenly start to question these Royal Academy and Royal Society dates and figures and scholarship? Well, then the truth of what might be behind that Pleistocene epoch, I mean, if you concertine the whole 2 million year Pleistocene epoch out of existence, suddenly you have no ice ages, no substantial ice ages, and therefore no great wall between our time and the past. Evidence thus converges from numerous directions to support the conclusion that on the testimony of radiocarbon and other dating techniques, immense physical and climatic changes occurred on Earth some 11,000 years or so ago, when an ice age that probably never existed came to an end, and the apparently uniformitarian regime was abruptly terminated. There you are. That's Allen and Dallaire saying that something happened so much more recently, and it had very little to do with an ice age. Thus, if many of today's highest mountains were much lower when the alleged ice age was reputedly at its zenith, then how did so much ice, if it actually existed, manage to accumulate? Indeed, we can take a step further and ask whether the ice sheets, so beloved of the glacialists, ever existed at all. Now, these two geologists have discovered that the mountains that are quite high today all over the world were not as high 11,000 years ago. Well, of course, that goes to the heart of the glacialists' theory. You have to have very high peaks in order to have the cold for the ice sheets to be created. But if they actually were being told, then there goes your ice theory right out the window. They go on to say, the time allegedly occupied by the glacial and interglacial episodes of conventional Pleistocene chronology was actually non-existent. Now, how come we have not heard worldwide debate about this book or of Robert Milton's Shattering Myths of Darwinism?
Could have said it yesterday, the suppression of uncomfortable ideas may be common in religion or in politics, but it is not the path to knowledge, and there's no place for it in the endeavor of science. We do not know beforehand where fundamental insights will arise from about our mysterious and lovely solar system. The history of our study of our solar system shows us clearly that accepted and conventional ideas are often wrong, and that fundamental insights can arise from the most unexpected sources. Carl Sagan.
scienceandphys.org titled Stellar Mystery Deepens. A Monash University-led research team made an unexpected discovery that a large group of stars are dying prematurely, challenging our accepted view of stellar evolution. Their results revealed that large numbers of helium-burning stars are dying prematurely in the M4 globular cluster. Professor Lattanzio from the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics said, "Globular clusters are some of the oldest objects in the universe. Although we have some ideas for what is going on in them, every time we look carefully we find something unexpected. They are both fascinating and frustrating at the same time." The international team found that about half of the stars tend to skip the red giant phase, instead becoming white dwarfs millions of years ahead of schedule. Demonstrating once again what's wrong with the modern scientific method, characterized as shut up and simulate, Professor Lattanzio continued, "Computer simulations do not agree with this observation. So, as well as continuing observations, new computer models will need to be generated to better understand what is taking place in the cores of these stars. But the computer models are built on missing or invalid concepts. There's nothing going on in the cores of stars, and globular clusters are not understood. So the mathematical computer simulations produce a virtual, unreal cosmos that, like the movies, can be programmed to produce anything you can imagine. And the artist's impressions we see in science reports are little more than glossy advertising material, but much more deceptive because it is falsely labelled real science. There is no real mystery here. With no nuclear fire inside, stars don't die by bloating to a red giant and collapsing to a white dwarf as their fire goes out. The life and death stories of stars are fictional. The bloated appearance of red giants is not due to internal pressure caused by hypothetical helium burning at 100 million degrees in the core of a star. It is a purely electrical effect witnessed in laboratory low-pressure gas discharge tubes. Red stars are those that satisfy their need for electrons from the surrounding plasma by expanding the surface area over which they collect electrons by growing a large plasma sheath that becomes the effective anode in space. The growth process is self-limiting because as the sheath expands, its electric field grows stronger. Electrons caught up in the field are accelerated until they become energetic enough to excite neutral particles they chance to collide with, and the huge sheath becomes a uniform red anode glow. It becomes a red giant star. The electric field driving this process will also give rise to a massive flow of positive ions away from the star, or in more conventional terms, a prodigious stellar wind. Such loss of matter is a characteristic feature of red giants. Standard stellar theory is at a loss to explain this since the star is said to be too cold to boil off a stellar wind. Arthur Eddington himself expressed his puzzlement about white dwarfs. Strange objects which persist in showing a type of spectrum entirely out of keeping with their luminosity may ultimately teach us more than a host which radiates according to rule. He was right. A white dwarf appears extremely hot, white and underluminous because it is a faint white coronal discharge. As usual, a thin plasma sheath will be formed between the plasma of the star and the plasma of space. The electric field across the plasma sheath is capable of accelerating electrons to generate ultraviolet light and X-rays when they hit atoms in the atmosphere, and the power dissipated is capable of raising the temperature of a thin plasma layer to tens of thousands of degrees. The spectral lines are broadened, sometimes to the point of disappearance, due to the coronal electric field. This gives the misleading impression that hydrogen, whose spectral lines are smeared the most, is missing in many of these stars, and that therefore they are remnants of larger stars that have conventionally lost or burned their hydrogen fuel. So, globular clusters are not some of the oldest objects in the universe. Their spherical shape of a dense collection of stars and their elliptical orbits about the galactic centre hint at a quasar-style birth process from the plasmoid at the heart of the galaxy. If so, the electromagnetic environment inside the globular cluster is different to that in open clusters of stars, so we should expect an unusual distribution of white dwarfs and red giant stars. And the puzzling observation that some globular cluster stars have 100 times more iron than others could also be explained by electromagnetic sorting of elements within the globular cluster at its birth. The fact we don't understand stars in the 21st century highlights what Arthur Koestler wrote in The Sleepwalkers. The history of cosmic theories in particular may without exaggeration be called a history of collective obsessions and controlled schizophrenia, and the manner in which some of the most important individual discoveries were arrived at reminds one more of a sleepwalker's performance than an electronic brain's. Science is still in its childhood, and we behave as infants. We give far too much credit to scientists for knowing what they are talking about.
For continuous updates on space news from the electric universe, stay tuned to thunderbolts.info.
Because the word sol actually means alone or solitary. Well, the original word for the moon, luna, also is a derivation of the word alone. Luna, the lone one. Why are they called the alone ones? Because they understood, the ancients understood, that they are alone now. Because they had a cousin, they had a twin, the second son, and the second son is no longer there. So from that time onwards, in order to commemorate this celestial cataclysm, the sun and the moon were called the alone ones. That's their title, that's their name. In fact, the very words we use today to signify travesty also commemorate exactly what we are talking about. The word disaster comes from the two words dis, which means to be without or to be with loss, and aster is the word for star, no star. Disaster literally means no star. And the word catastrophe also means kata, to break down or to destroy, and strophe, which was star. So the destruction or the breaking up of a star. We use these same terms today to denote when something horrible, calamity has happened to us. Now, of course, it may seem quite far-fetched to accept any of this, and certainly the idea that torrents of water, ice and rain and what have you, is pouring into our atmosphere, into the earth, because to actually accept that is also to accept the fact that before this water presence was felt on our earth, that there may have been substantially much less water and probably no oceans as we know it today. That's a pretty far-fetched concept, is it not? But yet, that's what the ancient mythologies are telling us, that before the waters came down from the heavens, our earth was, relatively speaking, without a lot of water. There's a concept known to geologists as Pangaea. This concept is that the fact that Europe and Africa were originally coterminous with North and South America. That means all the land masses made a supercontinent called Pangaea, the whole earth.
The gigantic worldwide tectonic disturbances of the late Pleistocene times occurred almost simultaneously on a near unimaginable scale, precisely what could be expected from a powerful external influence, but not from the Ice Age, conditions conventionally believed to have existed then. Significantly, a drop in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field appears to have occurred sometime between 13,750 and 12,350 years ago, attended by various other important changes, including earthquakes, volcanism, water table fluctuations, and the large-scale climatic variations. Of these, severe earthquakes, in particular, may even include axial wobble.
Mountains were born and mountains collapsed. Land and sea changed places. Great streams of lava flowed. The sea boiled and evaporated. Such were the scenes of unimaginable violence during the times of global catastrophe, as recorded by the ancients.
Here in the New York Herald Tribune, Explosion in Science, the artist's conception of what happened when the heavens burst. What happened during the 1500 BC upheaval, which we read about in the Bible as the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt, and the phenomena or upheaval that accompanied that. And this is the artist's conception of what happened in Palestine and Mexico and China. Lightning, meteorites being rained down as the comet's head came closer to the earth, followed by floods. Same in Mexico, where water swept over the entire land, great gigantic tides.
There were repeated changes in the Earth's orbit, in the lengths of day, the seasons, and the year. In these catastrophes, entire species of animals were annihilated. Others proliferated from wholesale mutations. Mankind was decimated. Civilizations destroyed. The papyrus of Ipuwer synchronized biblical and Egyptian events and led to a reconstruction of ancient history. Many questions debated for centuries found an answer. In the Bible, the identity of the beautiful Queen of Sheba at the court of Solomon was unknown. In Egyptian records, the land of Punt, visited by Queen Hatshepsut, could not be determined. In Velikovsky's reconstruction, it is clear that Punt is the land of Solomon and Hatshepsut is the Queen of Sheba. The biblical story of Joshua, with the sun standing still in Gibeon and the moon in the valley of Ajalon, presented another realization.
I was struck by the fact that 2 lines or 2 verses before the story of the sun and moon disturbed in their daily motion was the story of large stones that fell from the sky and destroyed more of the enemy soldiers than the sword of the Israelite. On this combination, because combination of stones and disturbance in rotation of the earth, the ancients could not know that it was the earth that was disturbed in rotation. They thought the moon and the sun. Made me immediately to follow the path toward east and west. And I found without great difficulty that in Western Hemisphere, which means here on this continent, the story persists too. The story persists among the Redskins, it persisted among the Mayas, at the time when the continent was first conquered, the Mexico part of it, by the Spaniards, namely that the sun was rising just over the eastern horizon when it dropped back and came a little up again and stand there without motion, and all the forests burned. Again, the Redskin could not know about the heat resulting from disturbance in the Earth's rotation. So, of course, this would be not enough. You had to go to all civilization, to Japan, to China, to India, to Persia, to Babylonia, to Assyria, to Asia Minor, to Greece, to Rome, to Judea, to Egypt, to Mexico, to Peru, to Iceland, and for oral transmission even to East Indies. And the same story could have been found in all places, but differently told, so that it was no question of just borrowing from one nation by another. So this was the conclusion, the story of human memory of catastrophes that took place in historical times, but strangely, despite the fact that they were described in so many sources, as if non-existent for the scientific world.
Other ancient documents tell of the thunderbolts of the planet god Jupiter. Velikovsky understood that these thunderbolts referred to electromagnetic discharges between planets. This led to his claim that radio noises must emanate from Jupiter. In 1955, radio noises from Jupiter were discovered. It was this prediction and discovery that finally convinced Einstein of the merit of Velikovsky's ideas. This prediction and confirmation of radio noises from Jupiter convinced Einstein to seek crucial experiments on Velikovsky's ideas. After Einstein's death, his estate wrote letters to this effect, but with no result.
One of the most interesting cases that are these mammoths that are frozen in the Yukon or in Alaska, frozen in the muck and the gravel of that area, that still have food in their mouths. The flesh has been preserved in the ice, so that actually when they were dug out, when they were digging for gold, they could actually feed the flesh of these animals to sledge dogs. Whatever happened happened suddenly, as for example the tilting of the axis of the Earth and freezing them right there where they were found. Why did the ancients worship stars or planets that the average person can't pick out of the sky today? And yet all of our ancient heritage that comes to us in terms of architecture, writing, and so on, they're actually obsessed with the idea of worshiping these stars, these dreaded planets. All mankind through the years have worshipped stars that we can't even pick out of the sky today. Now why? Why were they so obsessed with them? Unless in some way these stars were threats to them, in some way impressed themselves upon ancient man.
A book like Old Testament is read maybe more than any other book through the centuries. It's translated to all languages. And you read there about sea and unchanging places, about mountain moving into the sea, mountain being overturned, mountain melting like wax. And you think that this is metaphors. And so it is the phenomenon that Freud stressed and stressed again, of the role of traumatic experience on the life of an individual. But he stressed also another point, namely that the victim of this partial amnesia lives under the urge to repeat the traumatic experience, sometimes changing roles, making somebody else the victim. And mankind today, advanced enough in technology, produced thermonuclear weapons that could be like a symbol or something representing the ancient, violent, celestial bodies that through fire and smoke disturbed the rotation of the earth. Now if man is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma, are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
What do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great, not only in the future, it was also in the past. Because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality, but in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.
cosmic upheavals, just like Beaumont was implying there, the cosmic upheavals that happen in the heavens above us were often stylized in myths as the conflicts between Rama and Ravana, let's say, or Horus and Set, or Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, if you are from the Persian persuasion, or Arthur and Mordred, or St. George and his dragon, you see, and Christ and Satan. A lot of these mythological adversarial conflicts are actually illustrations, motifs, portrayals of something that happened cosmically. This has now been accepted. Allen and Dallaire, in their book Cataclysm, say that giant electromagnetic storms, lightning, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, stupendous hurricanes, abruptly displaced bodies of water, celestial bombardment, rains of astonishing volume, and a mighty flood are all quick-acting violent events. There's that key term, quick-acting. These are individuals who are now completely putting aside this idea of slow, gradual, gradations of change over vast areas of time. Now, these two characters who've written this book, Cataclysm, and who wrote the book When the Earth Nearly Died, who are these individuals? Well, D.S. Allen is Cambridge University science historian specializing in paleography. His colleague, J.B. Dallaire, is Oxford University geologist, anthropologist, and museum creator of geology at the University of Southampton. These characters come out with a book, When the Earth Nearly Died, and their other one, Cataclysm, in the 90s. And the science is in to prove that the uniformitarian theories are just not sustainable, and that Darwinian theories are not sustainable. But how come we have not heard universal debate about these works? These are the top specialists in their field. And yet we go to high school, we turn on the television, we read in the journals and the magazines and the newspapers the same old regurgitated Royal Academy, Royal Society information, as if nothing has ever changed. In those days, Noah saw the earth that it had sunk low, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence and went to the end of the earth. Of course, I had questioned how did he manage to do that. Anyway, it says he went to the end of the earth and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said bitterly 3 times, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I, Enoch, said unto him, Tell me what it is that is falling upon the earth, that it is in such evil plight and shaken. Book of Enoch again. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear in her own time. And many chief stars shall transgress their prescribed order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear as the seasons proper to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all. In Scandinavian mythology, they have a reference to it as well, although it's again figurative, it's mythological. They have the Midgard serpent, their great enemy, their great adversarial agency there, the Midgard serpent, blows so much poison that the whole sky and the sea are splattered with it. Here we have the essence of fable, here we have the essence of allegory, that something stands in for something else. This is the way the ancients commemorated the histories that they knew. So for us to look back with contempt is outrageous. Allen and Dallaire, in Cataclysm, traditionally the destruction was almost always associated with water in one form or another. That's right, not so much ice, but with water cataclysm. This is where the myth of the great deluge came from. They go on to say, ancient Mesopotamian texts repeatedly allude to the original watery nature of Tiamat. From such fragments we may conclude that Tiamat was essentially a watery planet, and that very large quantities of water were probably dispersed into space during Tiamat's destruction. Well, we can enlarge upon that by saying, yes, water, if the planet Tiamat for some mysterious reason gets destroyed and its waters, its ocean waters are blown out into space, well, outer space is a cryogenic chamber, so we can expect a great deal of it also to coalesce as ice and huge fragments of ice, not only as liquid water. And sure enough, if we turn to the myths again, we find that what scientists are only discovering now in the most modern of times, hey, the ancient legends, they were saying it all along. In the famous book of Taliesin, this is a Welsh bard, a Welsh writing, a Welsh scripture. Taliesin was the equivalent of Merlin. A lot of people have heard of Merlin. Well, they had a Welsh equivalent. He was called Taliesin. They had an Irish equivalent, as I said earlier on. There was an Irish bard upon which Merlin was entirely based. But Taliesin, the Welsh version, in the triads of Taliesin, in the poetry of Wales, it has this to say: I have been in the bark of Dillon. A bark means boat. I have been in the boat of Dillon, son of the wave, when the waters rose as lances, falling down from the skies into the exposed abyss. I mean, there you've got it all in one sentence. Now in Revelation we have this well-debated term wormwood. Well, taken in context of what I'm presenting here, let's revisit this. Wormwood, the famous wormwood, the bitter waters. Okay, it says in Revelation 8, and the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as if it were a lamp. And the name of that star is called wormwood, and many men died of the water because they were made bitter. Bitter waters falling onto the earth. In Cataclysm, we have a passage from the mythologies of the Navajo Indians of North America. Long ago, they say, the Navajo ancestors were surprised one day to see animals of every type running from east to west. 4 days later, they saw a bright light in the east, and those sent to investigate it returned with the news that it was a vast flood of water proceeding in their direction. Next morning, this flood had drawn quite close, and filling the entire horizon, except the west, advanced like a chain of high mountains. Numerous surviving accounts describe the waters advancing like a colossal wave, or wall of stupendous height and irresistible power. The relatively abrupt release of the waters, piled up by Kingu and Phaeton's combined gravitational influence, will have inevitably produced a deluge having precisely these characteristics. Now, Allen and Dallaire have hypothesized about Tiamat, but they're also more of the persuasion that it was a comet entering into our solar system by the name of Kingu that caused this. So again, it's up to you to do the research and discover which philosophy you believe. Was it an already existing planet in our solar system that destroyed? Or, as the Sumerians and Zecharia Sitchin and others are hypothesizing, was it the intervention of a cometary body that shook up our particular solar system? They go on to say the Zend Avesta, this is a very famous book in Persia. The Zend Avesta mentions that when Tisthria assaulted Earth, it sent tremendous rains in which the drops were the size of saucers or of a man's head and were sometimes boiling hot. Now in the Norse Edda, during Odin, his battle with the Fenris wolf, the upper heaven is alleged to have been shattered, its wreckage plummeting to earth as hail and huge blocks of ice. So I would challenge anyone to explain what this is. Now you can see why so much of ancient mythology was just shunted to one side. Now you can understand why the marginalization campaign took place, because you simply can't explain it. Or at least you can't explain it with the tools that we've been given by the orthodox, by the official.
Edmund Halley was the first modern scientist to account for the deluge by polar displacement. When he first argued his case before the Royal Society of London in 1692, the revelation was so startling that his paper was not published until 30 years after. Sounds familiar?
India, there is an ancient belief still held by some in a subterranean race of serpent people who dwell in the cities Patala and Bhogavati. According to the legend, they wage war on the kingdom of Agartha. The Nagas, according to the deep dwellers, are described as a very advanced race or species with a highly developed technology. They also harbor a disdain for human beings, who they are said to abduct, torture, interbreed, and even to eat. And one might want to notice the prevalence of hollow earth motifs in movies, not just of Hollywood, but of movies in general. We have a great deal of movies in this world that feature hollow earth, some of them very famous, and people watch them all the time and never think of it. And yet they're seeing constant reference to this, not just in science fiction movies, but in many others.
Every time. The Saturn Theory by E.V. Cochran. The Saturn Theory, in addition to presenting a comprehensive model of ancient myth, offers a radically different approach to understanding the recent history of the solar system. Briefly, the theory posits that the neighboring planets only recently settled into their current orbits, the Earth formerly being involved in a unique planetary configuration of sorts, together with Saturn, Venus, and Mars. As the terrestrial skywatcher looked upwards, he saw a spectacular and awe-inspiring apparition dominating the celestial landscape. At the heart of heaven, the massive gas giant Saturn appeared fixed atop the north polar axis, with Venus and Mars set within its center like two concentric orbs. See Figure 1. Where Venus is the green orb and Mars the innermost red orb. Kind of looks like one of those olives. I wonder if that's why they made it look like that. The olive, that is. It looks just like one, doesn't it? The theory holds that the origin of ancient myth and religion, indeed the origin of the primary institutions of civilization itself, is inextricably linked to the numinous appearance and evolutionary history of this unique congregation of planets. How does one go about documenting this extraordinary claim? Extraordinary claims, it is commonly said, require extraordinary evidential support in order to be believed. While I believe the Saturn Theory can and eventually will meet this crucial test, it goes without saying that a discussion of the various lines of evidence pointing to the polar configuration would require several volumes in order to make a compelling case. In this brief overview, alas, I can do no more than offer a small sampling of the relevant evidence. If the truth be known, the Saturn Theory suffers from an embarrassment of riches with respect to evidence which supports the central tenets of the theory. Early descriptions of the Sun and various planets from Mesopotamia and elsewhere describe them as occupying impossible positions and moving in a manner which defies astronomical reality, as currently understood, that is. The ancient sun god, for example, is said to rise and set upon the same sacred mountain. Planet Venus is described as standing at the heart of heaven or within the crescent of sin, with respect to evidence which supports the central tenets of the theory. Mars is pointed to as a principal agent behind eclipses of the ancient sun god. While not one of these scenarios is possible given the current order of the solar system, each is perfectly consistent with the history of respective planets in the polar configuration as reconstructed by Saturnus. The testimony from ancient myth and folklore is equally unequivocal that the respective planets once moved on radically different orbits and rained catastrophe from the skies. Even if the message has been overlooked and ostracized by everyone except Velikovsky. Thus, numerous cultures tell of a time when different suns ruled the heavens. This belief was especially common in the New World. The idea that the sun was not eternal was shared by other American Indian tribes so widely that we consider it must have been part of their belief long before any culture had arisen in the Americas. The Popol Vuh lauded as the Mayan Bible, attest to the same idea. Their previous sun is described as follows. Like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly it was not the same sun which we see, it is said in their old tales. Equally widespread are traditions which report that a great monster once eclipsed the sun and brought the world to the brink of destruction. Countless cultures preserve memory of the terrifying time when Venus assumed a comet-like form. Spectacular conjunction of planets dominated the celestial landscape. Such traditions can be documented from one culture to another, and upon systematic analysis, reveal numerous analogous structural details, a telltale sign that they were inspired by common experience of spectacular celestial events rather than creative imagination and fantasy. In addition to the remarkably detailed and consistent testimony from ancient myth and folklore, the artistic record likewise provides compelling evidence that the planets only recently moved on radically different orbits. Consider, for example, 3 images depicted in Figure 2 here. As I have documented, such images are ubiquitous in the prehistoric rock art of every inhabited continent. Hitherto, they have been interpreted as drawings of the sun by virtually all leading authorities on ancient art and religion. This despite the fact that they do not have any obvious resemblance to the current solar orb. It is noteworthy that the ancient sun god was depicted in the very same manner by the earliest civilizations in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Figure 3, for example, shows an Akkadian seal in which the Shamash disk is represented as an eye-like object, as in the first image in Figure 2. Figure 4 shows the Shamash disk as an 8-pointed star or wheel. Figure 5 shows the Shamash disk as an 8-petaled flower. Numerous other variations upon these common themes could be provided, all impossible to reconcile with the appearance of the solar orb. That's Figure 4 and 5. It is at this point that the researcher is presented with a theoretical dilemma, the successful resolution of which promises to unlock the secret of our planet's extraordinary recent prehistory. If one elects to dismiss the specific and consistent imagery associated with these ancient solar images as the product of creative imagination, the typical approach of conventional art historians, one is also forced to dismiss the equally widespread testimony that different suns prevailed in ancient times. This approach has little to recommend it, for it involves nothing less than turning a deaf ear to the testimony of our ancestors, and in any case, which thus far has produced precious few insights into the origin of ancient symbolism and myth. Yet, the alternative is equally unthinkable, for it involves accepting these endlessly reoccurring images as accurate drawings of the ancient sun, albeit one different in nature and appearance than the currently prevailing. As bizarre as this possibility appears at first glance, it does have much to recommend it. The ancient Babylonians were careful to distinguish Shamash from the current sun. It was this little-known datum which led Velikovsky to consider the possibility that Saturn formerly appeared more prominent, perhaps even serving as a sun-like body for the satellite Earth. Velikovsky's seminal insight, in turn, served as a theoretical foundation for the subsequent researches of Talbot, Cardona, Rose, Trussman, Neugrosch, and others, who offered further evidence for the basic claim that Saturn once dominated the heavens, a fact reflected in the otherwise puzzling prominence accorded this planet in the earliest pantheons. The Saturn theory receives additional support from the representation of the planet Venus in ancient art. A straightforward interpretation of the various images superimposed upon the solar disk in Figure 2 would understand the first as an eye, the second as an 8-spoked wheel or star, and the third as an 8-petaled flower. Now it is a remarkable fact that the planet Venus is consistently associated with these very forms, from one ancient culture to another. The ancient Sumerians, for example, represented Venus as Inanna, as an eye goddess, 8-pointed star, and 8-petaled flower or rosette. Consider the figurine represented in Figure 6 here, thousands of which were discovered by Max Mallowan during his excavations of the Inanna precinct at Uruk. Similar eye goddesses have been found throughout the ancient world, from Neolithic Europe to India. Figure 7 shows an early cylinder seal from the Jemdet Nasser period, circa 3000 BC, depicting Inanna as an eye goddess, alongside her familiar 8-petaled rosette there. Figure 7, the sacred iconography surrounding the Akkadian Ishtar, reveals the same basic images. Thus, Figure 8 shows Ishtar, Venus, together with an 8-spoked wheel, while Figure 9 shows Ishtar, Venus, together with an 8-pointed star. Figure 10 shows Ishtar in conjunction with a rosette-like star. The fact that the planet Venus is associated with the very same forms in Mesoamerica, where the observation and worship of our sister planet formed an obsession, strongly supports the conclusion that such images have their own origin in ancient appearance of the planet. The same conclusion is supported by the fact that cultures as distant and disparate as those of the Australian Aborigines, Maya, Polynesians, and Chinese describe Venus by epithets signifying great eye, great star, and luminous flower. How are we to explain this curious state of affairs, whereby Venus is associated with the very symbols seemingly depicted in prehistoric sun images? Surely not by reference to the current solar system, for Venus does not even vaguely resemble an eye, 8-pointed star, or flower. Yet if Venus only recently appeared superimposed against the backdrop of Saturn, Shamash, as per the reconstruction offered by Talbot and myself, depicted in Figure 1, its role as an eye is explained at once. Upon further evolution of the polar configuration, Venus assumed a radiant appearance, sending forth streamers across the face of the ancient sun god. See Figure 11. This situation is reflected in the latter two images in Figure 3 and accounts for Venus' role as a star or luminous flower. Planets in ancient lore. At the turn of the century, it was widely held that the most sacred traditions of the creation, deluge, golden age, dragon combat, etc., were nature myths describing the stereotypical behavior of the two primary celestial bodies. Typically, in allegorical or humoristic fashion, the Saturn theory offers a similar conclusion with the all-important proviso that the planets formerly dominated the celestial and intellectual horizons rather than the current sun and moon, that the earliest gods and mythical figures of the various cultures are celestial in nature is easily shown. The Sumerian goddess Inanna, explicitly identified with the planet Venus already at the dawn of the historical period, circa 3300 BCE, is a case in point and might well serve as an exemplar for comparative analysis. Virtually every ancient culture will feature a goddess with notable structural affinities to Inanna, although the identification with Venus is not always preserved. The Pawnee Indians of the American Central Plains, for example, celebrate the wondrous deeds of the primeval goddess Cupitica, identified with Venus. It was her union with the warrior god Pararaku, explicitly identified with the planet Mars, which signaled the crowning event of creation. The second god, Tirawahat, placed in the heavens, was Evening Star, known to the white people as Venus. She was a beautiful woman by speaking and waving her hands. She could perform wonders through this star and morning star, Mars. All things were created. She is the mother of the Skiri. As the Pawnee traditions attest, the planet Mars played a prominent role in ancient myth and religion. Wherever one looks, one will find the red planet accorded a numinous power wildly out of proportion to its present modest appearance. The Sumerian war god Nergal, early on identified with the planet Mars, forms a pivotal figure in comparative analysis. Thus, it can be shown that war gods and warrior heroes from every corner of the globe share numerous characteristics in common with the Sumerian god, including some of a remarkable specific nature. To take but one mythical theme of hundreds available, the Makuritari Indians of the Amazonian rainforest tell of a time when the hero, Ahizahama, identified with the red planet, climbed a giant stairway to the sky. The fact that a very similar story was related of Nergal in ancient Mesopotamia suggests that the mythical theme originated in objective historical events involving the red planet. Yet, one looks in vain for a satisfactory explanation of this particular mythical theme given the current order of the solar system, wherein a celestial stairway is not to be found. Neolithic rock art, however, offers countless examples of stairway-like appendages descending from the ancient sun god, thereby complementing and helping to illuminate the universal myth of a luminous stairway spanning the heavens. See Figure 12. The possibility thus presents itself that the stairway to heaven was a visible apparition associated with the ancient sun god during a particular phase of the polar configuration towards the science of mythology. With the goal of developing a rigorous scientific methodology for the study of ancient myth, the Saturnists would offer a series of basic ground rules deemed to be essential if researchers are to discover the true significance and message of ancient mythical traditions. First and foremost, perhaps, is the general proposition that ancient myth constitutes an invaluable and generally trustworthy source for reconstructing a valid history of our solar system. Far from being a leap of faith, this fundamental finding of the Saturn theory derives from several decades of extensive research into ancient myth and can be demonstrated using normal methods of logic and evidence. A second basic tenet would emphasize the comparative method. Simply stated, no ancient myth or primary cultural institution is fully understandable in isolation. Egyptian myth, to take but one example, is incomprehensible apart from detailed analysis of analogous themes and motifs. From ancient Mesopotamia to the New World, both of which provide the indispensable link to early astronomical traditions, all but lost in Egypt itself. Horus's identification with the morning star and Mars offers a notable exception in this regard and forms a close analog to the Pawnee traditions surrounding the red planet. Hathor's identification with the Eye of Ra, for example, can only be understood by reference to the widespread idea whereby Venus once formed the central eye of the ancient sun god. Note further that Hathor's name, which signifies House of Horus, captures perfectly the essence of the relationship between Venus and Mars, as illustrated in Figure 1. The planet goddess Hathor Venus, as the Eye of Ra, literally housed the warrior Horus Mars. It is little wonder, then, given the reconstruction offered here, that the Egyptian pyramid and coffin texts implore the dead king, as Horus, to ascend the numinous celestial ladder in order to join Ra and reign in the mansion of Hathor in the sky. I am Horus. Give me the ladder which you gave to my father, so that I may ascend on it to the sky and escort Ra. A third basic tenet of the Saturn theory holds that ancient myth and ritual typically commemorate dramatic events witnessed by human beings. If myth constitutes a creative interpretation of the traumatic celestial events, in pseudo-historical terms, the flooding of the world, the warrior heroes consorting with a beautiful goddess, ritual, originated as a purposeful and remarkably fateful attempt to reenact the fateful events in question. Mars, climbing out of the celestial stairway, for example, was reenacted in countless sacred rites throughout the ancient world. The archetypal rite of the sacred marriage, attested already at the dawn of history in Mesopotamia, purports to commemorate the king's union with the planet Venus, Inanna, the original inspiration for this bizarre rite, as I have theorized, was the spectacular conjunction of Venus and Mars in prehistoric times. A fourth basic tenet of the Saturn theory holds that historical evidence, together with consistent or widespread human testimony, must be given credence, even if a ready explanation of such testimony is not immediately obvious or appears to contradict current scientific opinion. Velikovsky's admonition in the preface to Worlds in Collision serves as a rallying cry here. If occasionally historical evidence does not square with the formulated laws, it should be remembered that a law is but a deduction from experience in experiment. Therefore, laws must conform with historical facts, not facts with laws. The famous controversy over the likelihood that rocks, meteors, could fall from the sky, a possibility denied by several of the best minds of the 18th and 19th centuries, might well serve as a prototype here, formerly dismissed as too ridiculous to merit serious discussion. The fact that meteorites occasionally fall to Earth from heaven was well known to the ancient Sumerians. All but lost for several millennia, such knowledge is once again commonplace amongst schoolboys everywhere. Equally lesson-laden is the ongoing controversy over the possibility that rocks from Mars could somehow find their way to Earth, fervently denied by various leading authorities until quite recently, circa 1987. The eventual triumph of the Martian meteorite hypothesis is yet another classic example of the leading paradigms of the scientific age being instantly overturned by a series of anomalous findings. Such examples could be multiplied ad infinitum. Science, much like religion, proves to be notoriously malleable in this regard. What is considered impossible or futuristic by one generation might well come to be accepted by future generations unencumbered by similar prejudices. A fifth basic tenet of the Saturn theory holds that recurring anomalies in ancient myth and tradition offer a key to discover. Certainly, it is most unlikely that one culture would invent traditions of fire-breathing dragons or witches that once threatened to eclipse the ancient sun god. Yet, when one finds the very same improbable motif from one ancient culture to another, logic suggests that something other than fantasy and coincidence is at work here, unencumbered by similar prejudices. A sixth central tenet of the Saturn theory holds that the history and evolution of the polar configuration constitutes nothing less than the history of the gods. The birth of the warrior hero, the warlike rampage of the mother goddess, the death or eclipse of the primeval sun god, and 1,000 different themes alike, all have their inspiration in the spectacular events associated with the evolution of the polar configuration. A seventh basic tenet of the Saturn theory holds that future discoveries vis-a-vis the geology and geomorphology of the respective planets will act to either confirm or deny the model. For it stands to reason that, if the extraordinary history described here has any basis in reality, such events must have left an indelible mark on the planets that participated in the polar configuration. It is also expected that some of these telltale signs of participation in the polar configuration will prove to be difficult, if not impossible, to explain by any other model. A fundamental objection to the Saturn theory. The most obvious objection to the Saturn theory is its apparent incompatibility with conventional astrophysics. This is indeed a formidable objection, one deserving of serious attention and ultimately a valid answer, ideally in terms of offering a viable physical model for the polar configuration. While promising steps towards achieving a viable physical model have been achieved, the models of Grubal and Driscoll, for example, such attempts have thus far proved preliminary and only partly successful. Much work remains to be done in this area, preferably by scientists trained in the requisite fields of astronomy, physics, and mechanics. Personally, I remain confident that an answer will be found, if for no other reason than it is highly improbable that a theory with so much historical evidence in its favor could prove entirely illusory. If the history of science teaches us anything, it is there is ample precedent for reserving judgment on a historical thesis well supported by evidence, but lacking a viable physical model. Darwin's theory of evolution, to take a particularly notorious example, languished for decades under the objection that it lacked a viable model of heredity, which could explain how the much-needed genetic changes could originate and come to be fixed rather than blended as per earlier models of heredity. Already by the time of Darwin, there was a wealth of evidence that evolution had occurred. How else are we to explain the fact that modern whales occasionally show traces of vestigial hind limbs and hip girdles, but a viable model of heredity was not yet at hand, to say nothing of a chemical model for genetic mutation or embryonic differentiation. Even today, well over 100 years later, many of the most fundamental questions surrounding the biochemical mechanisms of evolution remains unanswerable. We still have little understanding of how the various phyla originated, or why some species proved successful while others became extinct. In the meantime, however, while modern biology awaits a solution to these truly perplexing and formidable mysteries, no informed scientist can doubt the historical reality that biological evolution has occurred. The question is, how did life evolve, and by what precise means? A similar situation surrounds the Saturn theory, in my opinion. Here, too, the historical evidence is unequivocal that various planets once participated in a polar configuration and wreaked havoc with the inner solar system. The question is, how are we to understand these tumultuous historical events from the standpoint of physics? F. Cochran. It's a good read. The one biggest hurdle for me is how could the ancients worship these bloodthirsty killers they got when it would be a speck in the sky that takes 29 years to orbit the sun? As they say, that dog don't hunt. That is the biggest conundrum of all. And also all the worldwide iconography, and it's all still with us today. It's amazing how much Saturn is in our culture. All right, that'll do it for me. Thank you for all of you that have donated, and please like, share, and comment on this video so more people can see it. Take care. I'll see you on down the road. Barbaric beast.
Thus, as you see, we read with different eyes, with different minds. The first part of what the collision about signifies for us. We are in a state of a victim of amnesia. And humankind is a victim of amnesia. And a victim of amnesia does not act responsibly. He acts irrationally.
There's a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a run of many poor boys.
If he comes into conjunction with Saturn, it means the holy books, that is, Judaism, which is older than the others, just as Saturn is the father of the planets.
Modern Hermeticists.
If Jupiter comes into conjunction with Mars, it means the Chaldean law, which teaches the worship of fire. If it is with the Sun, it means the Egyptian law, which means that one worships the celestial army led by the Sun. If with Venus, it means the law of the Saracens, which is pleasure-loving and lascivious. And if it is with Mercury, the mercurial law, which is Christianity, until, at last, the law of the moon will come to disturb it, and that is the sect of the Antichrist. It should be mentioned that this theory would later be explicitly rejected by Ficino on account of its overly deterministic character. In Picatrix, however, each of the planets have their own respective religions to govern, but the planet-to-religion breakdown differs somewhat from that of Abu Mashar's Great Conjunction scheme. Picatrix's breakdown is as follows: Saturn, Judaism; Jupiter, Christianity; Mars, heresy and apostasy; the Sun, paganism or Sabaeanism; Venus, Islam; Mercury, philosophy, materialism and skepticism; and the Moon, those who worship idols and images. What the theory of great conjunctions and Picatrix do have in common, however, is the fundamental association between Saturn and the Jews. Here, by virtue of their mutual antiquity, both the Hebrew and Chaldean tongues are kept under Saturn's jurisdiction. Astrology was no mere tabloid trifle or isolated discipline during this era. To use the words of Eugenio Guérin, the Middle Ages were greatly concerned with, quote, astrology and religion, astrology and politics, astrology and propaganda, but also astrology and medicine, astrology and science, a philosophy of history, a conception of reality, a fatalistic naturalism, and an astral cult. Astrology was all these and more. End quote. What came to a head in the Italian Renaissance was the sheer volume of all these different astrological ideas, with all their internal contrasts and contradictions, building up to what Thomas Kuhn would describe as the crisis preceding the paradigm shift. And all this was happening precisely while the Studia Humanitatis began remapping these astral deities with imagery drawn up from the classics. One curious element of this fascination with astrology and culture was what Moshe Idel called the Saturnization of Judaism, and in turn the Judaization of Saturn. By the end of this process, in the late 15th and 16th centuries, even European Jewish Kabbalists like Yohanan Alamano, working from earlier Spanish or Sephardic sources, were expressing the astromagical link between ancient history, the land of Israel, Moses, the temple, the Torah, prophetic inspiration, the Sabbath, and esoteric knowledge with Saturn. I will read you a fairly extensive quote by Yohanan Alamano right here. This is from an untitled treatise on the Sephirot of Binah. And the third sphere, that of Saturn, is a supreme and noble one, higher than all the other planets, which is the reason that the ancient sages said about it that it generated all the other planets. And they say that Saturn is the true judge and the planet of Moses, peace be with him. The angel of Saturn is Michael, the great minister, so called because of his great power in divine matters, and he is the ministering angel of Israel. And the astrologers who have described Saturn say that it endows man with profound thought, law, and the spiritual sciences, the Chokhmah Ruhaniyot, prophecy, Nevuah, sorcery, Kishuf, prognostication, and the Shemitot and Yovelot. The Jewish people and the Hebrew language and the temple are under its jurisdiction. Saturn's major conjunction is with Jupiter in the dominion of Pisces, and occurs to assist the nation and the Torah and its prophets. This planet endows the people with perfection in sciences and divine matters such as the Torah and its commandments, out of its sublimity because it is spiritual. It is concerned only with thought, understanding, and design, esoteric knowledge, and divine worship, and his Torah, and the Sabbath day is in its sway, because its nature causes material existence to cease, and all the operations that do not correspond to it are forbidden, because it corrupts and destroys all destructions. And lightning, that is fire, should not be done under its aegis, that is, during the Sabbath, because it is cold. And if they keep its spiritual rules and laws, it will impart a spiritual influx abundantly. But if they do not keep the way of God, it will spit forth everything that is bad. Prophecy will occur to fools and to babes in an insufficient manner, and to women and to melancholics, and to those possessed by an evil spirit, and maleficent demons that obliterate the limbs, and bad counsels and sorceries, and anxieties and erroneous beliefs. So Edel takes this passage to represent the Saturnization of Judaism as inspired by the writings of the Toledan rabbi Abraham ibn Ezra, whose dates are 1089 to 1164, but also to his circle of commentators. This he does on account of its numerous parallels with the passages that follow here, and it's quite possible that his description of the links between Saturn and Judaism were also shaped by an acquaintance with the Picatrix in one of its forms, whether directly or indirectly.
the Shamash disk as an 8 every time. The Saturn Theory by E.V. Cochran. The following website gathers together various articles on ancient Egypt astronomical lore. Our primary focus is on the astral traditions included in the pyramid texts, the oldest body of religious text to survive from antiquity. As is evident from the extensive literature on the subject, the identification of the various celestial bodies described in the pyramid texts is subject to much controversy. Authorities rarely agree on the identifications in question, and where agreement is found, there are grave problems with virtually every solution proposed. There are several reasons for this situation, not the least of which is the relative obscurity of the language employed in the texts themselves. Equally important is the fact that astronomy did not yet exist as a science at the time the pyramid texts were composed, and thus systematic observations and scientifically rigorous descriptions of the various celestial bodies and constellations are not to be found during this early period in Egypt. In order to achieve proper understanding of the Egyptian traditions, it is instructive to compare them with the astral traditions from Mesopotamia and elsewhere. Cross-cultural comparisons of this sort readily reveal common patterns and thus point towards more reliable identifications and insights into the nature of the Egyptian cosmos. It is our opinion that the patterns in question are most logically explained as resulting from common astronomical observations. The Eye of Horus. Originally an explanation of the daily disappearance and reappearance of the sun, Horus's eye became a symbol of permanent soundness and was evidently adopted in rituals to signify the eternal viability of the offering. The legend of the flight of the eye and its return is obviously similar in many respects to the legends of the destroying eye of Ra, of the angry eye, which became the serpent, the diadem of the sun god crown, of Anubis, who fetched the divine lioness from the eastern desert, and of Hathor of Byblos. All these are intricately interwoven,
so much so, indeed,
that is often very difficult to decide to which of them is a particular feature or motif primitively belongs. Of all the divine entities in the Egyptian pantheon, the Eye of Horus remains the most enigmatic and misunderstood. This is only to be expected, perhaps, given the fact that the original celestial identification of Horus himself continues to elude Egyptologists. You ain't kidding. In order to understand the multifaceted and often peculiar symbolism attached to the Eye of Horus, it is essential at the outset to come to grips with the Egyptian traditions telling of its incendiary rampage that reportedly brought the world to the very brink of extinction. This archaic mythological theme is most familiar, perhaps, from a text known as The Destruction of Mankind. Now there's a title. One of the oldest mythological narratives to survive from ancient Egypt. There, Hathor is dispatched by Ra to punish mankind. It's a familiar theme. Then mankind plotted something in the very presence of Ra. Then they, Ra's advisors, said, in the presence of his majesty, "May thy eye be sent, that it may catch for thee them who scheme with evil things." That would make a good Christmas card. Go down as Hathor. So then this goddess came and slew mankind in the desert. The destructive campaign of the raging eye was commonly mythologized as a bloodbath waged by the warrior goddess Hathor and her alter ego Sekhmet. Indeed, in the same text we read, Hathor will wade in the blood of mankind as Sekhmet. The testimony of this text, as of the earlier pyramid and coffin texts as well, is that the eye's rampage occurred at the dawn of time, i.e. in Illo Tempore, when the ancient celestial gods still ruled the earth. Although this particular text dates to the New Kingdom, the myth of the raging eye goddess is attested in Pyramid of Unas, circa 2350 BCE. And alluded to repeatedly throughout the 3,000 years of Egyptian history. In Unis's pyramid, we read that the flame from Horus's eye produced an all-encompassing storm.
I, Horus, will put flame in my eye, and it will encompass you and set storm among the doers of evil deeds. And its fiery outbursts among those primeval ones. I will smite away the arms of Shu which support the sky.
The coffin texts are likewise replete with allusions to the primeval catastrophe wrought by the Eye of Horus. Spell 316 emphasizes the terrifying power of the raging goddess. I am the fiery Eye of Horus, which went forth, terrible, lady of slaughter, greatly awesome, who came into being in the flame of the sunshine, whom Ra granted appearings in glory. What Ra said about her: mighty is the fear of you, great is the awe of you, mighty is your striking power. All men have been in the sleep of death because of you and through your power. I am indeed she who shoots. Here as elsewhere, in the eye is likened to a heaven-spanning flame. The eye is elsewhere associated with fire falling from the sky, as in spell 946, wherein it is made to announce, I am the fire in the sky and earth, and all my foes are under my flame. Other hymns report that fire and devastation accompany the eye's rampage. The fire will go up, the flame will go up. The fiery one will be against them as the Eye of Ra. Elsewhere it is said of the warring eye goddess, its flame is to the sky. At one time or another, every major Egyptian goddess is identified with the Eye of Horus: Hathor, Isis, Webset, Wadjet, Mut or Mut. The goddess Sekhmet offers an instructive case in point. In the Bremner Rind Papyrus, it is Sekhmet who protects the king and wards off his enemies as the raging eye. Thou art condemned to this fire of the Eye of Ra. It sends forth its fiery blast against thee, in this its name of Wadjet. It consumes thee, in this its name of devouring flame. It has power over thee. It has power over thee, and this its name of Sekhmet. It is fiery against thee, and this its name of glorious serpent. The image of Sekhmet as a raging goddess is abundantly attested among the sacred texts discovered at Philae. Here, as elsewhere, Sekhmet is identified as the Eye of Horus. Sekhmet, the strong one, is in her form as the Eye of Horus, the living eye, while spreading fire, with the flame when she goes round, while scorching the rebels with the heat of her mouth. She is the primeval snake. In the text from Edfu, Sekhmet is once again compared to a flame-throwing serpent and celebrated for her protective powers. Witness the following passage. O Sekhmet, Eye of Ra, great of flame, lady of protection who envelopes her creator. O Sekhmet, who fills the ways with blood, who slaughters to the limits of all she sees, come towards the living image, the living hawk, protect him and preserve him from all evil. According to scattered statements preserved in the pyramid and coffin texts, the raging eye goddess was eventually pacified or otherwise dissuaded from her terrifying rampage, thereby saving the world from total annihilation. The following account from the coffin text alludes to this motif. The storm of her who is mighty of dread, witness of the land, is quelled. This peculiar pacifying of the raging eye is typically attributed to the heroic interventions of either Shu or Anubis. The two gods were commonly identified. Thus, Shu was described as follows in spell 325 from the coffin text. He subdued the eye when it was angry and fiery, and he might lead the great ones and have power over the gods. The same idea is alluded to in spell 75, wherein Shu is made to announce, I have extinguished the fire, I have calmed the soul of her who burns, I have quietened her who is in the midst of her rage, even she, the fiery one who served the tresses of the gods. The phrase translated by Faulkner here as extinguish the fire seems to have served as a terminus technicus for the calming of the raging eye. Numerous texts from the Ptolemaic period, likewise alluded to in the calming of the raging eye of Shu Anubis, or alternately by Thoth. These traditions were collected and analyzed by Hermann Juncker, or Human Juncker, and have come to be known by the generic name of the Wandering Goddess theme. Although nearly 2,000 years later than the pyramid and coffin texts, such texts are still well worthy of serious study, as they frequently manage to preserve archaic motifs of profound import, even though they betray rather clumsy attempts to historicize and localize the myth of the raging eye goddess, originally celestial in nature. Localize the myth of the raging eye goddess, originally celestial in nature. The basic plot of the Wandering Goddess theme finds the eye goddess, variously identified as Hathor, Tefnet, Wadjet, Mut, etc., going into exile and abandoning Egypt for some distant land, typically Nubia or Libya, whereupon she goes on a destructive rampage in the form of a raging eye or lion. It is only through the magical interventions of Shu, Anubis, or Thoth that the warrior goddess is pacified and induced to return to Egypt. Much as the departure of the eye goddess throws the world into confusion and chaos, so too does her return restore the order to the world. With her pacification, the order of the cosmos is also restored. The myth of the wandering goddess as raging eye formed a central theme in various New Year's rituals celebrated throughout Egypt during the Ptolemaic period. The rite in question typically featured prodigious bouts of drinking, the lighting of torches, loud music, and ecstatic dancing in an apparent attempt to pacify the raging goddess. Evidently, the rite culminated in the marriage of the eye goddess with her rescuer, Shu, Anubis, or Horus himself. John Darnell summarized the hieros as follows. The return of the goddess coincided with the coming of the god and their union at the entrance of the temple, the place of nocturnal celebration and inebriation. A measure of just how important the rite was deemed to be can be seen from the fact Egyptian monuments from this period depict the pharaoh emulating or reacting the role of Shu Anubis by performing a series of gyrating dances and other magical acts, such as the vigorous rattling of sistrums, in an attempt to pacify the raging goddess. Such mimetic performances were performed in order to calm the eye's raging. According to Darnell, the boisterous music and dancing was believed to soothe the goddess and ward off noxious elements, their noisy revelry of the celebrants appeasing the ever more calm goddess, cacophony driving away baleful influences. Although the precise circumstances attending the pacification of the Eye of Horus are never spelled out as explicitly as we might wish, it seems clear that upon being soothed, the eye was returned or otherwise restored to the god Horus. Indeed, a wealth of evidence suggests that the eye goddess eventually came to adorn the Horus star as his royal headband or crown. An instructive text in this regard is spell 220-221 from the pyramid text, wherein the eye goddess is addressed by a series of epithets, identifying her as the Red Crown. He has come to you, O Inti Crown. He has come to you, O Fiery Serpent. He has come to you, O Great One. He has come to you, O Great of Magic, being pure for you and fearing you. He has come to you, O Great of Magic, for he is Horus, encircled with the protection of his eye. O Great of Magic, Ho Crown, Great of Magic, Ho, Fiery Serpent, grant that the dread of me be like the dread of you. Grant that the fear of me be like the fear of you. If Akhet the Great was born you, Akhet the Serpent has adorned you. If Akhet the Serpent has borne you, Akhet the Great has adorned you, because you are Horus, encircled with the protection of his eye. A statement here, in no uncertain terms, is the encircling sin Horus by the fire-spewing Uraeus goddess, addressed as Akhet the Serpent, among other archaic epithets, which provides a star god with his eye, and nearby equips him with magical source of protection. A classic text in this regard is the so-called coronation hymn of Haremheb, wherein we read that the Uraeus serpent, explicitly addressed as Great of Magic, was indispensable for the crowning of the Egyptian pharaoh. Her arms and welcoming attitude as she embraced his beauty and established herself on his forehead, and the divine in need were in exultation at his glorious rising. A much later passage from the Ptolemaic Hemispheos at Elkab, addressing the wandering goddess, seems to attest to the same general idea. Welcome, says Ra, welcome. Come back upon the head of him whom you have protected, the head from which you went forth. According to Egyptian tradition, return of the raging eye to its rightful place atop the brow of the Horus star endows the latter with power, glory, and his magical crown. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that the Eye of Goddess invests the Horus star as the king of the gods. Through his act of encirclement or conjunction, Susan Johnson has summarized the primeval event in questions as follows. The god of creation appraised the eye, which had become a cobra, by placing it on his forehead as the Uraeus, Leret, the risen one, who guards the crown. Pacification of the cobra thus marked the establishment of monarchy, and the Uraeus became the protective symbol of legitimate kingship and unity. Johnson's conclusion is right on the money and bears repeating. It is the pacification and reunion of the Uraeus serpent with the Horus star which makes the establishment of kingship and thereby restores order to the world after the catastrophic events attending its departure. Katya Goabs has recently offered a similar assessment. The return of the eye or eyes corresponds with the investiture of the new Horus king and, on a cosmic level, to the daily rising of the sun. Even from this brief survey, it is evident that the Eye of Horus plays a central role in ancient Egyptian conceptions regarding kingship and divinity. How then are we to explain the peculiar mythology attached to the raging eye goddess? James Allen, together with the vast majority of Egyptologists, would identify the Eye of Horus with the sun. Allen summarized the rich symbolism attached to the eye as follows. The Uraeus goddess is essentially the destructive power of the sun. She is a goddess because the sun is viewed in this case as the eye of the sun god, Horus or Ra, Re, whichever you prefer, which is feminine. She is normally represented as a cobra, Wajet, also feminine. Because of the notion of a power that can strike and kill, the hieroglyphic representation of this is N6, the sun disk with a cobra. The same power is viewed as inherent in a king's headgear, which is why it also has a Uraeus. The primary thing to keep in mind, however, is the notion of the eye. In myth, she represents both the sun as an eye and its destructive power. Her common epithet, Great of Magic, derives from the idea of the eye as conveyor of intent. Some notion as the evil eye, which also existed in ancient Egypt. Through syncretism, She is associated with other major goddesses, such as Isis and Hathor. Yet, if the Eye of Horus is to be identified with the sun, how are we to understand its departure from Horus? For if Horus is to be identified with the sun, as Allen assures us, one is left with the seemingly paradoxical situation wherein the eye-sun departs from itself after threatening the world with destruction, returns to encircle or crown itself. It must also be asked why the Egyptian skywatchers would conceptualize one and the same celestial body as simultaneously both male, Horus, and female, Hathor, as the eye. Insofar as the Horus star represented the celestial prototype of the masculine warrior, while the eye represented the celestial prototype as the mother goddess. This hypothesis strains credulity, mistress of the very limit. The explicit catastrophic imagery attending the raging of the fire-spewing eye is equally difficult to explain by Allen's hypothesis. Under what circumstances does the sun threaten to destroy the world? In what sense is the sun displaced from heaven while presenting a terrifying serpentine form? What is there about the sun's familiar appearance that would lead it to be conceptualized as the supreme goddess, the serpentine goddess, protecting the Horus star by circling it as a luminous crown or headband? Far from being a reference to one and the same celestial body, Horus's relationship with the eye can only be understood as reflecting an interaction or conjunction between two entirely different stars. On this matter, the preponderance of evidence is unequivocal. The Eye of Horus is to be identified with the mother goddess herself, and as such, it represents a wholly different star from that associated with the masculine Horus, Mars. In ancient Egypt, as around the globe, only one star fits the bill as the celestial prototype for the mother goddess, namely Venus. In this conclusion, we find ourselves in complete agreement with Rolf Krauss, who in a number of publications investigating Egyptian astro-religion argued the Eye of Horus is to be identified with the planet Venus. Granted the possibility that the planet Venus is the subject of the Egyptian traditions regarding the Eye of Horus, how are we to understand the cataclysmic imagery attending its destructive rampage? Whence derives the eye's pronounced capacity for raining fire and destruction on mankind? Why would the planet Venus be conceptualized as a raging eye at one moment and as pacified or calmed on another? On these all-important questions, Krauss had nothing substantive to offer, noting simply, it remains unclear how the observer understood raging and peacefulness. As we intend to document, the Egyptian texts provide a wealth of testimony on each of these questions. This testimony, in turn, can then be compared with literary traditions from ancient Mesopotamia and elsewhere that describe the planet Venus in similar terms, i.e., as an agent of terrifying world-engulfing disaster, one prone to assuming a fire-spewing serpentine form. It was in the latter form, according to the exaltation of Inanna, that the warmongering planet goddess rained fire from heaven. When you roar at the earth like thunder, no vegetation can stand up to you. A flood descending from its mountain, O foremost one, you are the Inanna of heaven and earth, raining the fan fire down upon the nation when mankind comes before you in fear and trembling at your tempestuous radiance. Analogous imagery is evident in early literary accounts of the Semitic goddess Ishtar, who, like the Sumerian Inanna, is explicitly identified with the planet Venus. Inanna, who pours down rain over all the lands, over all the people, loud thundering storm. Herodul, who makes the heavens tremble, who makes the earth quake, who can soothe your heart. You who pour down firebrands over the earthly orb, who flash like lightning over the highland, whose cry reaches heaven and earth, whose roar is all destructive. Your angry heart is a terrifying flood. Even from this brief summary, the striking parallels between the mythology attached to Inanna Venus and that attached to the Eye of Horus are readily apparent. Yet in the dozens of monographs devoted to the ancient eye goddess, not to mention the hundreds of articles that have addressed the mythological theme and symbolism of the raging eye of Horus, I am unaware of any scholar who has even commented on the parallels between the eye and Inanna Venus, much less offered a systematic cross-cultural analysis of the traditions. Suffice to say that knowledge of comparative mythology is not widespread in modern Egyptological circles. As a result, modern Egyptology remains mired in the same solar interpretations that ruled at the turn of the 20th century, seemingly oblivious to the fact that ancient Sumerian descriptions of Inanna Venus share a virtual one-to-one correspondence with Egyptian descriptions of the Eye of Horus. To summarize our findings in this chapter, a wealth of evidence confirms that the Eye of Horus is to be identified with the planet Venus. This finding, in turn, has profound ramifications for the proper understanding of ancient Egyptian religion insofar as the history of the eye goddess is catastrophic from start to finish, marked by apocalyptic cosmic disaster, terrifying storms spanning the sky, and the disturbance or displacement of the other star gods. After an intermediate period of time, the raging eye was eventually calmed or pacified, and as a result, the apocalyptic disaster was averted and cosmic order restored. According to the account preserved in spells 220 and 221, from the pyramid text, the eye eventually came to encircle the star god Horus as a serpentine goddess, Iket the serpent, thereby providing him with a heaven-spanning headband and crown. It is our view that the eye goddess's headbanding of the Horus star was direct reference to dramatic astronomical events in which Iket Venus appeared to conjoin the Horus star and encircle it with a comet-like band, hence the otherwise inexplicable situation wherein one word, SSD, denotes at once Iket's headband, as well as a flame-scattering star. The fact that the same word is elsewhere determined by the following glyph, the cobra with the circle, confirms its intimate relationship with the Uraeus serpent that came to form the circling crown of Horus. In light of the evidence adduced here, we are emboldened to consider the possibility that the Eye of Horus, Iket, serpent, and SSD headband are simply variant mythological interpretations of the same celestial form, a comet-like Venus. Given this working hypothesis, it stands to reason that it was the terrifying rampage of the Venus comet which provided the historical prototype for Egyptian traditions regarding the raging Eye of Horus and the SSD star. F. Cochran. The hell you say? Welcome to a new edition, a segment I call The Hell You Say. I found that Graham Hancock episode that I was talking about in the comments, where the host of the show brings up Immanuel Velikovsky. I'll leave the link for the video in the comments. I'm just going to play a little part for you right here when Dr. Velikovsky gets brought up. Watch how Graham Hancock sidesteps him. I'd like to talk to you tonight about ancient Egypt, electricity, and some moon mysteries that have been on my mind, and I've been thinking about some things. First, tonight, we're going to take a little dive into the ancient Egyptians have electricity. To me, a very interesting and intriguing question. There seem to be plenty of clues. I don't know, what do you think about this? It seems to me for quite a long time now we've been surmising and hypothesizing about the ancient Egyptians having electric power. I remember talking about the Djed pillar in previous videos, reminding me of some kind of an electrode. It sure does look electric. So let's start off with what we know and do our best to analyze it with the information that we have. It is known the electric catfish of the Nile was known by the ancient Egyptians, which certainly could have given them the concept of electric charge. And it's been promulgated that the Great Pyramid was an electric powerhouse of some kind. And pretty much most of us should already know or have heard about the Baghdad Battery, an ancient electric cell battery found near modern-day Baghdad, Iraq, by a German archaeologist in 1936. One of the most interesting and highly debated artifacts of the Baghdad Museum in Iraq is a clay pottery. It stands about 5 to 6 inches high, encapsulates a copper cylinder suspended in the center of this cylinder, but not touching it is an iron rod to be filled with vinegar or wine. And this would make a cell more than a battery, and if you put all of them together, then you get battery. The term battery mostly means a battery of cells, like an artillery battery. According to Brian Forrester, the ancient Egyptians indeed knew about electricity and utilized it to the maximum benefit, which wouldn't surprise me a bit. The Djed pillar is performing the same function as a Tesla tower or coil.
It's being shown. You can touch it. But here, the giants here are the ancient Cometians. They're being depicted as giants. Now, we'd say to them, is it symbolic or is it actual? Why does it have to be either or? Why can it not be both? They could have been giants, but giants of mind. Okay, be both. This shows a knowledge of electricity that was there. Why, if it's symbolic, do you have a wire being plugged into a box?
I thought there was something.
Of course, and this is the backbone of Osiris. The Djed pillar, Djed pillar, where they come to the name, used in Arabic today in Egypt, Jeddah means grandpa, papa.
Well, you know, I remember Neil Thompson said that he thinks the ancients in Egypt worshiped the great electricity. And there's all kinds of clue that they were indeed using electricity from the ceilings of the Serapeum and the Great Pyramids. There are no scorch marks from having torches. They had to have some kind of an electric power that they were using. And speaking of the Serapeum, that is one giant crazy place. The more you learn about it, the crazier it gets. Just in case you don't know about the Serapeum of Saqqara, I'll give you a refresher or a brief synopsis. The Serapeum of Saqqara was the ancient Egyptian burial place for sacred bulls of the Apis cult at Memphis. It was believed that bulls were incarnations of the god Ptah, which would become immortal after death as Osiris Apis, a name which evolved to Usahapi. What a name to have. I mean, who could have a name better than Usahapi in the Hellenistic period? It has these vaults with these huge lids on them that weigh about 50 tons. And it is a complete mystery how these giant vault-like tombs got inside these dugout rooms. How those huge granite boxes with the lids so big it would take 200 people to move could have been maneuvered inside of those tiny little rooms is beyond me. Inside these little vaults, that looks like they were carved right out of the bedrock. What in the world could they have done that with? And it's very clean, too. Then they somehow squeezed them giant vaults into these tiny rooms. According to Brian Forrester, when they were discovered in the 19th century, there were humanoids inside of them. They must have had some kind of tools. It would be difficult to imagine how such a thing could be accomplished with dologerite hammer and a copper chisel. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. It just seems highly unlikely to me. What do you think? This image reminds me of Dracula's lair. Now, it's said that the Egyptians made ornate carvings of just about every creature imaginable. Things like crocodiles and even insects and birds. To look at it, one might not think that the Saqqara bird is anything out of the ordinary, until it is looked at by an aerodynamics expert, to which they would say that the design is aerodynamically perfect. Is it possible that it's not a bird at all? It doesn't have feathers and has a tail like an airplane. The carving was found in a tomb in Saqqara toward the end of the 19th century. It is said to be about 2,200 years old. Some believe it's an out-of-place object due to its tail design. Plus, the thin wings are more reminiscent of an aircraft than a bird. And like I said, there are no feathers. So is it a hawk or is it a glider? The Saqqara bird. And also in Saqqara is the Saqqara disc. Well, you had the Saqqara bird, and now you have the Saqqara disc. It's also called the schist disc. It was found in the 1930s. Most people are struck by the same thought when they first see it, that it's a steering wheel for a car, made 5,000 years before the first car. It also presents the problem that the wheel-shaped disc is much older than the invention of the wheel. The disc is made from a delicate, particular kind of rock, and it only 1 inch thick. If it was dropped, it would shatter like glass. What was its purpose? Nobody knows. Alternative ideas range from a fancy candlestick holder, but no other holders have been found that even closely resemble the schist disc. Its purpose is unknown. Now, what this gentleman says in this particular video, you'll find linked in the description. He says that the text with the hieroglyphs reads that they had control of a great power, and that great power could be abused. And it was a warning to those who have the ability to control that power. And of course, the power is electricity. I found that quite interesting. As for the electric question, it really depends on how many coincidences you are willing to accept and not think something of it. Okay, so you got the images at Abydos. All right, that's a coincidence. All right, then you got the gigantic tombs that were said by locals to have one time housed giant humanoid Serapeum in Saqqara. Another coincidence, you got the Great Pyramid, that they would have a very hard time building it even today with machinery. Another coincidence. There's 3 right there. You have hieroglyphs with them walking around carrying giant light bulbs. That's a coincidence. See, it's just too many coincidences. That's just what I think. I'm told that the snake in the middle symbolizes electricity. You have all of the big skulls from Peru, and there were in Egypt too. I mean, check out this fella. I mean, he's a dandy. I bet he was popular in his time. It really makes one think that something was going on in our deep past that we have no clue of. They had some kind of technology going on. They've left their calling card all over the world. The underground cities, all of the references to electricity. It seems something had to have been going on. And for some reason, it either has something to do with Mars. Cairo just happens to mean Mars. Or the moon, which is strange in itself. It's said that Thoth and Adam came from the moon, but it's never been explained any further than just that. What's up with that? What is that supposed to mean? So I found out that the Djed pillar is Jeddah, sounds similar to Jedi, doesn't it? Which means grandfather or backbone of Osiris or Kundalini. The Force, the electric force, is with us. For sure. The whole universe is about being electric. The ancient Egyptians seemed to know this. And from the wonderful video I have linked in the description from Ryan Forrester, he says in it that the texts tell the story, and the texts say that the knowledge of the great energy can be abused. Most archaeologists with mainstream wouldn't dare such a thing. They're forbidden, or they'll be out of the gravy train loop. But it was actually Benjamin Franklin who discovered electricity. When he flew his historic kite, he was known to have been quoted as saying, "The sky is electric." Ben was kind of a rock star of his day. He hung out in Paris during the Revolution, trying to get France's help in fighting the British, and the French were quite smitten with him. He took to wearing a raccoon skin cap. It became such a fuss, all the Parisians had to have one. So he sent to America for as many coonskin caps that they could make and send there. He was known to be a bit of a partier, liked to burn at both ends, and it's even said he was a bit of a womanizer. But at least he was an honest scientist. For that, I have to say that I respect and admire old Ben. What do you think to the thought that the ancients in Egypt built all that stuff, and the Egyptians just kind of came in and homesteaded on it? I think it's very possible that something very unusual and majestic took place all over the world at one time, and the peoples who came in afterward are the ones getting the credit. That it wasn't the ancient Egyptians. It was probably the ancients in Egypt before the Egyptians. Just my guess. What's yours? I'm interested to know. Their hieroglyphics show them working with electricity everywhere. It's beginning to look like another race of beings, humanoids, not human, possibly inhabited ancient Egypt, and they were a very intelligent race of beings. Like I have said many times before, at one time on this planet there were a race of geniuses that were living on the earth. A Jeb Peller, to me, always resembled electricity, coupled with the fact that we've been getting teased by their hieroglyphics since they were carved, or since they were discovered, I guess I should say, that they were up to something with high tech. There's the mainstream Egyptology seems to be completely left-brained on the matter, even though these people drew images, these magnificent giant light bulbs in their hieroglyphics take it as some kind of symbolism for the lotus flower, was what I heard it symbolizes to them. But really, if you just look at the picture, it shows what could be a giant holding these giant light bulbs, and they're plugged in. They're plugged in to a Jeb pillar. Now I have to say, when I learned about this next artifact, my mind was blown, but it got double blown. If you didn't know about the Colgant disc, then prepare to have your mind blown. Because I didn't know this thing existed until just recently, and I'm still marveling over it. This is what it is. It is an artifact. Colgant disc is said to be a model of our galaxy. What? And this is where I got my mind blown the first time. How can an ancient artifact be a model of our galaxy? But here's the kicker. It's got a hole right where the sun should be. And whoever put it there knew that the sun is not in the arms of the galaxy, but it's on a spur. If they didn't have telescopes and weren't spacefaring, how could they have possibly known that? Was it just a good guess? Now it's twice. That's double mind-blown. How could anyone figure any of this out thousands of years ago? Some ancient artifacts are truly puzzling. Like this one, it blew my mind. It's a mind blower, because I didn't know about it before. 2,000-year-old Disco Colgant is an object that was produced for unknown reasons, or at least it seems, so to us, modern humans. Was it an ancient tool, a high-tech device, ritual artifact? Or does it offer evidence of our ancestors' vast knowledge of astronomy? And, well, let's just call it what it is. It looks like a model of the Milky Way galaxy. There's even a dot where the sun should be. Isn't that interesting? Who made the Disco Colgant and why? It may just be a coincidence, of course, but the Disco Colgant makes us easily think this is a graphic representation of the Milky Way, or perhaps some other galaxy. But modern astronomers know majority of spiral galaxies contain a central bulge surrounded by a flat rotating disk of stars. Not really too much on this thing, but what else could it be? Which, goes right back to the original argument of the super geniuses that were spacefaring. How could they not have been if they're drawing star maps of the galaxy that looks just like the Milky Way? I'm not saying it's that, but that's what it looks like to me. That's it. But, we just throw things in the big mystery bag and never have to deal with them. What even can be an explanation for a thing like that that's not the obvious? Now, I often like to look up at the moon and muse about what's there, but what about this? If there's one place in this solar system that is as enigmatic or crazy as ancient Egypt, it's the moon. There have been stories of NASA hiding things on the moon, story of aliens parked on the side of a crater watching the moon landing. There is a picture of what looks like a satellite dish on the moon, a cooling tower, buildings. Tell me what you make of this little video here. It sure does look like it could be real. Now this brief video is a set of interesting images put together. It looks like a moon being just having a look what's going on in his backyard, I guess. To me, like, it would be hard to fake that. But I'm not saying it's real. It's probably just a really good fake. Apollo 11, that allegedly captured this footage of a moon being, undeniably proving life on other planets. But what are the odds? Just like everything, you have to sort the wheat from the chaff. Unfortunately, when it comes to the moon, it's mostly chaff. But there is something freaky about it, isn't there? Oh, and mustn't forget, here is what looks like a TR-3B taking a break on the lunar surface. I can't make this up, folks. It's 400 times smaller than the sun, but 400 times closer, and it completely covers the sun in an eclipse. I wonder what the odds for that would be. There is also the crazy blue Aristarchus crater. Why does it look geometrically shaped? Why does it look like it has a face? Is that all pareidolia? It's been so long since I used it. Lest we forget the CP-30 head found on a crater by Apollo 17 astronaut. Now, I don't know what to think of this. I know it comes from Richard Hoagland and Mike Barra, and they do have an agenda, it seems. Is it fraudulent, or is it real? Is this a real robot head? Let me know if you know. The only agenda I'm interested in is the truth. Plus, some guy recently took a picture with just his camera, I think. They got some pretty good ones out there for taking moonshots. Caught a bright spot on the moon resembling a city. Wonder what that is. On the moon. There's another funny story that kind of connects a dot in a way. When Buzz and Neil were doing their thing on the moon in 1969, the Chinese had sent a message through India asking them to look for a Chinese princess. Well, ironically enough, this Apollo 20 trip was allegedly to an abandoned spaceship that was crash-landed on the moon. And on board the crash-landed rocket, which is immense, they found a Chinese princess. Coincidence? Again, I don't know. The story is very intriguing. I'm just trying to ascertain if there's any kind of truth to it, or if it's just all a bunch of baloney. BS. You heard about the exploits of the alleged Apollo 20? I've always thought that this was a hoax. I want to know what you think about it. It is interesting, but I still believe it to be a hoax. But then I found out not long ago there really was an Apollo 20, and it was really scrubbed in the 70s. That made me think, how about that? And it's a very good fake, if that's what it is. Never watched it before. But, I'm sure people can do these kinds of things in studios, and why they do them, I'll never know. But, because of that, we can never really trust our own eyes. But that led me to ask myself a series of questions. Let's just say, for example's sake, that there was a spaceship crash-landed on the surface of the moon and NASA could get to it. Would they tell us? I would say absolutely not, because of the Brookings report. Would they bring things back? Absolutely. Would they deny it? Absolutely. They didn't just lie about a few things, they say they lied about everything. So in the realms of possibility, I would say it's probably 50-50. On the picture where they show what she would have possibly looked like alive, notice the third eye in the center of her forehead. Alright, well that's going to do it for this show. I just wanted to bring up a few more anomalous things that I really enjoy. Saturn theory. The Saturn theory from the Velikovsky Encyclopedia. Since we're doing a synopsis, we'll do one on this too. The Saturn theory. Saturn model, Saturn myth, Saturn configuration is the idea based on comparative mythology that the Earth was once in closer proximity, or even a satellite of the planet Saturn, which appeared like a sun. It has received criticism on both mythological and physical grounds. Of course. Saturn theory characteristics. Sun-like Saturn and nova-like. A number of researchers have suggested that in mythology, Saturn is sometimes referred to as a night sun, and having gone through a nova-like phase. In 1944, C.E.R. Bruce wrote, in fact, that both Jupiter and Saturn were at one time minor stars. Their satellite systems were formed as the result of minor or planetary nova outbursts. In 1973, William Mullen wrote, Velikovsky has suggested that as a result of disruption, Saturn went through a short nova-like phase in which its light would have obscured everything else visible from Earth. 1975, Louis M. Greenberg and Warner B. Sizemore wrote, the planet Saturn was designated as Shamash, or sun, by the Astro-Babylonian astrologers. And as far back as 1910, M. Jastrow,
Assyriology, Volume 70, p. 171,
proposed the idea that Saturn was a steady or permanent mock sun, performing the same function of furnishing light at Samos. The sun performed during the day. Furthermore, there is undeniable evidence that the concept of night sun, as well as a day sun, existed in ancient Babylonian astrological thought. 1977, Eduardo Cardona wrote, Diodorus Siculus was not the only writer of antiquity who stated that the Babylonians called Saturn the sun star. Hyginus also expressed his opinion that Saturn was called the star of the sun. Among modern Assyriologists, they got Assyriologists too?
Assyriologists.
I wonder if they're as good as the Egyptologists.
Well, I wouldn't know.
It seems as if Thomson was one of the first to notice that the Babylonians designated the planet Saturn as Shamash. Yet Shamash, as a cursory glance through any work on Assyrio-Babylonian mythology will show, was very much like the Egyptian Ra, the usual Babylonian name for the sun. In 1979, Emanuel Velikovsky wrote, my conclusion that as a result of its interplay with Jupiter, Saturn became a nova. I found confirmed in many ancient sources in which Saturn is regularly associated with brilliant light. But I was led to this idea, first of all, by a certain clue contained in the biblical account of the deluge. It's interesting that the Oppenheimer Ranch project that Dave was talking about, the cataclysm 42,000 years ago, I think. I'm wondering, these different steps that it went through, there's evidence of it happening, and that is really interesting. But the time periods are really hard to nail for me. The last episode was what we went through with Venus and Mars. That's all I really know for sure, and that was within historical times, according to Velikovsky. Earth as a satellite of Saturn. Several authors have independently suggested that mythological sources in ancient texts lead to the conclusion that Earth was once a moon of the planet Saturn. And also we have axial tilts, the oxygen content matching up, the salt water. I don't know how much that matches up or if they have discovered a match in that yet, but as of right now we have 2 out of 3. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's 3 out of 3. The water in Saturn's rings and satellites is like that on Earth. Developing a new method for measuring isotopic ratios of water and carbon dioxide remotely, scientists have found that the water in Saturn's rings and satellite is unexpectedly like the water on Earth. How about that? It's 3 for 3. What more do they need? The thing here says, as surprising as this connection between Saturn and Earth is for planetary scientists, the connection was in fact explicitly predicted by one of the great scientific heretics of the 20th century, nearly 3/4 of a century ago, Dr. Immanuel Velikovsky.
The textbooks, they hide a part of history.
In one of the oldest texts that the Egyptians have, I believe it's the Ipuwer Papyrus, or perhaps it's the Coffin text, Osiris is already dead, and that dates back to, allegedly, the Old Kingdom. But I think it's a lot older than people think. There were people there. I don't know if it was Egyptians, but a lot older than that. Dordu Cordona again, independent of Velikovsky, but basing their work on his. Harold Tressman and Bernard Neugrosch, writer under the name of Brendan Ogiogan, also came to the conclusion that Earth must have once been a satellite of Saturn. B. Ogiogan. What a name. A topic to which Tressman has more recently returned, combining Velikovsky's postulate with that of David Talbot and others. Frederick Hall embraced the same idea, presenting it in a speculative scenario concerning the history of the solar system. Well, I'd like to see that. There never is very much on YouTube about Saturn theory. Not much. A little bit, but not much. Alfred D. Gazia notes, I bought his book, by the way. The year 1977 marked the beginning of quantivolutionary publications about Saturn. 3 articles appeared written by David Talbot and by Dordu Cordona, and jointly by Harold Tressman and B. Ogiogan. A few months later, Velikovsky, who had inspired the studies in each case without participating in them, released a fragment of his manuscripts on Saturn. Saturn was a second sun shining by day and night upon Earth. For example,
Oscar Reichenbach is recalled by Dordu Cordona.
Actually, a similar, if more bizarre idea that proposes the Earth to be an offspring of Saturn was aired as long ago as 1884 by Oscar Reichenbach as part of a theory purporting to prove that land masses on Earth have rifted and moved northward. Thus, as wrong as he might have been, and I am not here concerned with defending Reichenbach, his ideas preceded the similar ones of Alfred Wegener.
They hide a part of history.
By some 33 years. 1974, Lynn E. Rose writes, still others may suppose that pre-flood year was indeed the period of Earth's revolution, but Earth was revolving around some other body other than the Sun. 1977, Harold Tressman and Bernard Neugrosch, writing as B. Ogiogan, wrote, what must have been the relationship between Earth and this great body, Proto-Saturn? There are 2 answers we consider. The first is that the Earth was indeed nearer to this body, but on an orbit about the Sun independent of the great body. Thus, there would be times when the aspect of the Proto-Saturn body would be large. However, there would also be times when its aspect would be quite small. As at present, neither does this explanation account for some of the satellitic descriptions. The alternative proposal is startling. It is that at one time, the Earth orbited as a satellite of Proto-Saturn. 1977 again, Ralph E. Jurgens wrote, Velikovsky has stated that Saturn was disrupted in a near collision with Jupiter, knowing little or nothing of the details. I can most easily imagine such an encounter in terms of a Saturnian planetary system, which included Earth, being invaded, dismembered, and captured by an interloping system of relative giants consisting essentially of the present Sun and Jupiter. If nothing else, the actual inclinations of Jupiter and its offspring, Venus, argue for an ancestral relationship between Jupiter and the Sun. Now, even though Velikovsky points out that Saturn was once a much more massive body than it is today, it is hard to imagine that it could have been massive enough to be a star. in the context of the thermonuclear theory of stellar energy, but we know that's wrong. If, however, it is an electrically fueled star, its initial stellar state and its sudden demise seem readily explainable. In 1978, Cordona wrote, "It is also possible that the planet Saturn was much closer to Earth than it is at present, or that the Earth itself was on an entirely different orbit and at a different distance from the Sun than it is now."
They hide a part of history.
In fact, we have good reason to believe that during the period of Earth history with which we are concerned, our little world was actually a satellite held in the electromagnetic and or gravitational embrace of the giant planet. In 1979, Velikovsky wrote, "It is conceivable that the Earth was, at that time, a satellite of Saturn, afterwards possibly becoming a satellite of Jupiter." Yep. And 1979, Len E. Rose writes, "Velikovsky has suggested that many thousands of years ago, but still within human memory, Earth might have been a satellite of Saturn. We are now supposing that the central fire was Saturn, that Earth was in orbit around Saturn and always kept the same face towards Saturn, and that Saturn with Earth revolved around the Sun in 1 year. Day and night would be solar phenomena, but caused by the revolution of Earth around Saturn. Even at night, Saturn would provide illumination to the part of Earth that always faced Saturn." 1980, David Talbot wrote in his book, The Saturn Myth, "Saturn did not move on its present remote orbit, but ruled as the central sun around which the other heavenly bodies visually revolved." 1984, David Talbot and E.V. Cochran wrote, "It is understood that Velikovsky believed the Earth and Saturn to have once moved in close proximity, with the Earth perhaps revolving as a Saturnian moon. The Saturn myth proposes that Saturn, fixed at the celestial pole, loomed massively overhead, a central sun venerated by all mankind. Evidence is presented there for a Saturnian polar configuration as the source of civilization's early dominant symbols."
They hide a part of history.
Talking about the fleur-de-lis, Dave was telling me that it's one of the oldest symbols on Earth. That's quite of an intricate design to be one of the oldest. But again, much like the buildings, the older it seems, the better. The more intricate, kind of be in line with everything else that we see. Now, we have some different configurations. One of them is barbell model from Cordona, and there are criticisms. One thing that I know is the last god that was added to the Greek gods was Apollo, and he is, all the other Greek gods are old men with beards. He is a young man and clean-shaven, and if he's identifying with the sun, that would make sense, wouldn't it? That's pretty good. Now, I don't know about this one super Saturn idea. It's worth exploring. That's Solaria Benaria. So this is, I got this book, actually. This is from our friend, Alfred de Grazia. Writers as David Talbot and Eduardo Cordona and others have put several divergent versions of planetary reconstruction myth in which Saturn is situated at the Earth's north celestial. There's evidence. The latter seems quite preposterously at odds with gravitation. Well, there the reporter is he's showing his slip, which would not allow Saturn and the rotational pole of Earth to remain immobile with respect to each other. Rose has criticized the collinear model. I mean, we have to use that as a barometer to everything. What if that's wrong? Other Saturn theories have Earth's north rotational pole pointed at Mars, with Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter lined up directly behind Mars. Several variants of this have been proposed over the years. Okay, notably by Frederick Johannemann, David Talbot, Eduardo Cordona, and E.V. Cochran. That wasn't so bad. The last two of whom will be speaking tomorrow, as will Wal Thornhill, who along with Robert Driscoll, Emilio Spedicato, Robert Grabow, have given support to the theory from the technical side. I have several criticisms of this kind of Saturn theory. The key issue for me, nomenclature, say that 10 times, nomenclature, stability, myth, and transference. I regret to say that there is a similar behavior in the field of Saturnian studies. The Saturn theory becomes whatever their theory is, and it excludes me. Well, at least he's honest. Even words like polar and actual are co-opted, as if those words characterize their theory but not mine. Thus, the so-called Saturn theory, to this day, Philelus theory, is a stationary Saturn theory, and a pole theory, and a world mountain theory, and an axis mundi theory. So I cannot accept any names for the Saturn theory that utilize such words as those. Some have called it the abacus theory, or abacus, see that, which I could accept, but that has not caught on. Rather think you're relating it to the god Bacchus. I once suggested the name Northernism. I like that, but that doesn't really have any kind of, you can't gain insight from looking at it.
Northernism.
I know what it means, the polar alignment. Since Earth's North Pole points at Mars, Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter. But that has not caught on either. 9. I would now like to propose the name God Kebab. Oh yeah, make it sound silly. No, for this overcrowded column of deities, but the defenders of the theory probably won't like that any more than Northernism. Victor Slabinski, an astronomer in the aerodynamics section at Intelsat in Washington, D.C., who works on orbital mechanics of geostationary communication satellites, criticized Robert Grabau's polar configuration, PC, model and concluded that his paper gives insufficient mathematical analysis. Our results here show that Grabau's PC is untenable. On Spedicato's model, Cordona notes that the results from the equations involved did not confirm the required sustained dynamical stability of the model. On the contrary, it was found that the stability of such an axially aligned system would be lost rather fast, with its maximum duration corresponding to only about 3 months, when its expected stability should extend at least over several thousand years. And the bibliography, Velikovsky, Saturn and the Flood in the Beginning, I read that. That's in my playlist. E.B. Cochran, The Saturn Myth, online, Maverick Science. We'll have to check that out. I like Evie. He's good. Dordu Cordona, The Road to Saturn. Have to check that out on Eon Journal. Treshman Harold and B. Ogie Ogan. 1977, The Primordial Lights. Online at Harold Treshman's website. And Alfred de Grazia and Earl Milton. Golden Age and Nova of Super Saturn. All right. That'll do it. It says here that Osiris is associated with the Jed Pillar, and that reminds me of Tesla Tower. You would think, with all of this evidence that they have, you would think that somebody from mainstream would at least look at the evidence and the arguments. They don't even bat an eye. How could they ever get an answer right with an attitude like that? I suppose eventually, after they trip over it 7,000 times, they'll have no choice but to pick it up. And there's a story that intrigues me about the Scythians who came from the north, and they called them Saturn people. I want to know more about that. Something intrigues my intuition about that. I don't know what it is yet. For me, there's a ring of truth to this whole thing. I don't know if you can feel it or not, but I know you can't go on feelings and intuition, but it just feels right. And all the evidence leans in that direction. Since I've discovered this, I have not seen one thing that goes against it yet. In fact, it just makes it seem even more obvious.
Stick it in and break it off, don't they?
Yes, they did. So, to recap the progress, is Saturn was a free-floating brown dwarf star This is about Saturn theory. So they're running along. The Earth is basically in the tail of the comet, but somehow, instead of everything getting all to destroying planets, flying into stars and stuff like that, the sun's electrical field pretty much took care of the whole thing, and first treated it like a comet, and it came in, and they had to go on walkabout for a while, as they say, and the sun sorted it out one planet at a time. And in that period was the polar configuration. That was during that period. And here are some of the things that point to a Saturn theory as being the answer. In an electric universe. Number 1, Herbie-Haro objects. Number 2, lush vegetation at the North Pole that supports the polar configuration. There's evidence of lush vegetation at the North Pole. 3, the North Pole is magnetized. 4, planets are gods of myth. 5, the myths are the same story worldwide, basically. They have the same characters. 6, the circle of ice in the Ice Age. During the Ice Age, a circle of ice existed. This is why Siberia had mild weather. Could have been tropical. Number 7, the ubiquitous symbols all over the world. And number 8, the worldwide catastrophe recorded by every civilization. Those are 8. And of course you can add to that the axial tilts, the oxygen, and the sea water. That's 11 huge things to put on its side. And as of yet, I haven't been able to find one thing to put on the other side. If this was a court case, do you think the verdict? And the Earth is Saturn's baby, so to speak, from a prior flare. Obviously, this is how the planets or star, or whatever you want to call them, operate. They operate just like galaxies. They have their young, or just like people. They have their young and do their swinging from chandeliers, have their babies and do their fast living, and then they settle down to live a life. The stars that are under a lot of stress burn brighter and are more apt to blow up. Fortunately, we have a stable in that. The sun was receiving much more current at the time, and Saturn basically short-circuited. It blew a fuse and nova. It didn't destroy the planet. It didn't destroy the star. It damn near did. Don't they say that Saturn has no guts? It could float in a bathtub? Not only that, but at 23 centimeters, it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit. The core of Saturn is supposed to be 11,500 degrees. I'm trying to remember if that's Fahrenheit or Celsius. I'm going to say Fahrenheit. It could be hot, hotter than the surface of it. There's even mentioned by Velikovsky in Worlds of Collision that vegetation has been detected in Saturn's rings. And still, to this day, it puts out more energy than it receives from the sun.
Simulation does is that it allows you to model the plasma regardless of size, put in the rather few basic initial equations, and then follow the simulation through its various nonlinear stages and the different morphologies or shapes that the plasma will take.
In Tony Peratt simulations, as the current spirals into the center of the galaxy, turns around and moves out along the axis of the galaxy. In that central area where the current is extremely concentrated, there seemed again the potential for violent events. And Alfvén and Peratt raised the question, couldn't this be a way of explaining the extremely violent events that occur in the center of galaxies that are known as quasars, in which huge amounts of energy are released in what, by astronomical terms, is a relatively small amount of time. That is, millions of years compared with the billions of years galaxies exist.
Initially, the time frames shown represent 1 billion years or so, but now we're going to carry it out for 10 billion years to see what happens to these double radio galaxies or quasars as the two filaments have evolved into. And you'll see that the tails start to elongate, and fairly soon you're going to start to see a spiral structure. And as we get closer to 10 billion years, the end of the movie you will see that we have formed the shape, the morphology, the shape of a spiral galaxy.
The Saturn Theory by David Talbot. Introduction. Planet Saturn today is recognizable only to those who know where to look for it. But a few thousand years ago, Saturn dominated the Earth as a sun, presiding over a universal golden age. Modern man considers it self-evident that our familiar heavens differ hardly at all from the heavens encountered by the earliest star worshipper. He assumes that the most distinctive bodies venerated in primitive times were the sun and moon, followed by the 5 visible planets, and various constellations all appearing as they do today. But for such ever so slight changes as the precession of the equinox, this long-lasting belief not only confines present discussion, but ancient myth and religion. It is the fixed doctrine of modern astronomy and geology, every prevailing theory of the solar system and of the Earth's past rests upon an underlying doctrine of cosmic uniformity. The belief that the clock-like regularity of the heavenly motions can be projected backwards indefinitely. But the evidence assembled in the following pages indicates that within human memory, extraordinary changes in the planetary system occurred. In the earliest age recalled by man, the planet Saturn was the most spectacular light in the heavens, and its impact on the ancient world overwhelming. In fact, Saturn was the one great god, invoked by all mankind. The first religious symbols were symbols of Saturn, and so pervasive was the planet God's influence that the ancients knew him as the creator, the king of the world, and Adam, the first man. Since the only meaningful defense of this claim is the entire body of evidence presented here, I shall not presume upon the reader's credulity, but only ask that he follow the narrative to its end. Myth and catastrophe. If our generation disdains the possibility of fact in the language of myth, it is because we are aware of discrepancy between myth and the modern worldview, as we ascribe it to the blindness or superstition of the ancients. There is hardly an ancient tale which fails to speak of world-destroying upheavals and shifting cosmic orders. Indeed, we are so accustomed to the catastrophic character of the stories that we hardly give it a second thought. When the myths tell of suns which have come and gone, or of planetary gods whose wars threatened to destroy mankind, we are likely to take them as amusing and absurdly exaggerated accounts of local floods, earthquakes, and eclipses, or write them off altogether as expressions of unconstrained fancy. How many scholars, seeking to unravel the astronomical legends and symbols of antiquity, have questioned whether the heavenly bodies have always coursed on the same paths they follow today. In the past 300 years, barely a handful of writers have claimed any connection between myth and actual celestial catastrophe. William Whitson published in 1696 a new theory of the earth, arguing that the biblical deluge resulted from a cometary cataclysm. The book produced a storm of scientific objections and had no lasting impact outside Christian orthodoxy. In 1882 and 83, 2 books by Ignatius Donnelly appeared: Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, and Ragnarok, the Age of Fire and Gravel. Relying on global myths, Donnelly claimed that a massive continent called Atlantis once harbored a primordial civilization. But the entire land sank beneath the sea when a comet rained destruction on the Earth. Both Donnelly's books became bestsellers and are still available today. Yet conventional theories of Earth and the solar system remain unaffected by these works. Around the turn of the century, Isaac Vail argued in a series of brief papers that myths of cosmic upheaval relate to the collapse of ice bands surrounding our planet. 3/4 of a century after his death, his work is familiar only to an esoteric few. In 1913, Hans Horbiger published his Glacial Cosmogony, contending that great catastrophes described in ancient myth occurred when the Earth captured another planet, which became our moon. The relatively small interest in Horbiger's thesis vanished within a couple decades. This was the extent of noteworthy research into myth and catastrophe. When Immanuel Velikovsky, in early 1940, first wondered whether a cosmic disturbance may have accompanied the Hebrew Exodus. According to the biblical account, massive plagues occurred, Sinai erupted, and the pillar of cloud and fire moved in the sky. His quest for a solution led Velikovsky through a systematic survey of world mythology, and eventually to the conclusion that ancient myths constitute a collective memory of celestial disorder. The great gods, Velikovsky observed, appeared explicitly as planets. In the Titanic wars vividly depicted by ancient chroniclers, the planets moved on erratic courses, appearing to wage battles in the sky, exchanging electrical discharges, and more than once menacing the Earth. Velikovsky set forth his claims of celestial catastrophe in his book Worlds in Collision, published in 1950, proposing the first Venus and then Mars in the period 1500 to 686 BC, so disturbed the Earth's axis as to produce worldwide destruction. The book became an immediate bestseller and the focus of one of the great scientific controversies of this century. I mention Velikovsky not only because his work obviously relates to the thesis of this book, but because, as a matter of record, Velikovsky first directed my attention toward Saturn. In a manuscript still awaiting publication, Velikovsky proposed that the now distant planet was once the dominant heavenly body, and he identified Saturn's epoch with the legendary Golden Age. While I have not seen Velikovsky's unpublished manuscript on Saturn, a brief outline of his idea inspired present inquiry. Was Saturn once the preeminent light in the heavens? Yet I possessed at the outset no conception of the broad thesis presented here, which fell into place with surprising rapidity. Once I set out to reconstruct the Saturn myth, while expecting to find at best only faint echoes of Saturn, or no hint at all, I found instead that the ancients, looking back to the beginnings, were obsessed with the planet god and strove in 1,000 ways to relive Saturn's epoch. The most common symbols of antiquity, which our age universally regards as solar emblems, were originally unrelated to our sun. They were literal pictures of Saturn, whom the entire ancient world invoked as the sun. In the original age to which the myths refer, Saturn was no remote speck faintly discerned by terrestrial observers. The planet loomed as an awesome and terrifying light, and if we are to believe the widespread accounts of Saturn's age, the planet god's home was the unmoving celestial pole, the apparent pivot of the heavens, far removed from the visible path of Saturn today. At first glance, however, the Saturn myth seems to present an entanglement of bizarre images. The earliest, most venerated religious texts depict the great god sailing in a celestial ship, consorting with winged goddesses, fashioning revolving islands, cities, and temples, or abiding upon the shoulders of a cosmic giant. It is impossible to pursue Saturn's ancient image without encountering the paradise of Eden, the lost Atlantis, the fountain of youth, the one-wheeled chariot of the gods, the all-seeing eye of heaven, or the serpent dragon of the deep. Though celebrated as living, visible powers, none of Saturn's personifications or mythical habitats conforms to anything in our familiar world. Yet once one seeks out the concrete nature of these images, it becomes clear that each referred to the same celestial form. The subject is a Saturnian configuration of startling simplicity, whose appearance, transformation, and eventual disappearance become the focus of all ancient rites. I now have little doubt that if Velikovsky had pursued the Saturn question to the end, he would have perceived a vastly greater influence of the planet than he originally recognized. He would have discovered also that the full story of Saturn adds a new perspective to much of the mythological material gathered in Worlds in Collision. In this connection, I must stress that I alone am responsible for the themes and conclusions presented in this book. Realizing that Velikovsky has had to defend his own heresy for better than a quarter of a century, I have no desire to burden him with the heresy of others. Nothing came as a greater surprise to me than the sheer quantity of material bearing directly on the Saturn tradition. The scope of the subject matter made it necessary to separate the material into two volumes, the first dealing with the original Saturnian operation, the second with Saturn's catastrophic fate. This initial volume, then, focuses on the primordial age of cosmic harmony and the unified image of Saturn as king of the world. Chapter 2. The Great Father. Anyone attempting to trace the Saturn legend must reckon with the primordial god figure whom ancient races celebrate as the Great Father, and who is said to have first organized the heavens and founded the antediluvian kingdom of peace and plenty, the Golden Age. While few of us today could locate Saturn in a starry sphere, the earliest astro-religions insist that the planet god was once the all-powerful ruler of heaven. But paradoxically, they also declare that he resided on earth as a great king. He was the father both of gods and of men. This dual character of the Great Father has been the subject of a centuries-long exaggerated into cosmic divinity. This dual character of the Great Father has been the subject of a centuries-long but unresolved debate. Was he a living ancestor, subsequently exaggerated into a cosmic divinity? Or was he originally a celestial god whom later myths reduced to human proportions? For an explanation of the Great Father, researchers look to such varied powers as the solar orb, an esteemed tribal chief, or an abstract vegetation cycle. Almost uniformly ignored is the connection of the primordial man-god with the actual planet Saturn, even though it is precisely the latter that can tell us why the Great Father appears in both human and celestial form. The overwhelming preoccupation of ancient ritual is with an ancient great god. 1. The myths say that the god emerged alone from the cosmic sea as the preeminent power in the heavens. Out of watery chaos he produced a new order. The ancients worshipped him as the creator and the supreme lord of the cosmos. 2. This solitary god, according to the legend, founded a kingdom of unparalleled splendor. He was the divine ancestor of all earthly rulers. His kingdom, the prototype of the just and prosperous realm, throughout his reign, an unending spring prevailed. The land produced freely, and men knew neither labor nor war. 3. In the God-King's towering form, and ancients perceived the heaven-man, a primordial giant, whose body was the newly organized cosmos. The legends often present the figure as the first man or primordial man, whose history personified the struggle of good and evil. 4. Whether emphasizing the Great Father's character as creator, first king, or heaven man, widespread traditions proclaim him to be the planet Saturn. In investigating the traits of the archaic god, we must give greatest weight to the oldest astral religions, those which are closest to the original experience. Yes, that's a great way of putting it. That's what I've always been searching for. The best material coming from ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia provides a remarkably coherent picture of the god and enables one to see the development and the distortions of the idea among later people. What is most surprising, however, is the enduring power of the root themes. The one God of archaic monotheism. In the beginning, the ancients knew one supreme God only, a divinity invoked as the creator and the father of all gods. According to a long-established school of thought, man's consciousness of a supreme being emerged slowly from a primitive fascination with petty spirits and demons. Adherents to this opinion tell us that human reason gradually modified capricious spirits of vegetation, spring, the ancestors, or sexual power into the great gods of global religion. Of such an evolutionary process, however, one finds little evidence. The great edifices erected by Herbert Spencer, E.B. Taylor, and James G. Fraser appear to rest exclusively on the assumption that one can learn the origins of theism by studying existing primitive cultures. The idea is that the civilized races of old must have first passed through primitive phases before the Hebrews, Greeks, or Hindus developed their elevated ideas of a supreme God. They must have possessed beliefs and customs similar to those of modern-day tribes of Africa, Australia, or Polynesia. Only by slow development, say these theorists, could a race rise above the ludicrous magic totems and fetishes of the savage. It is interesting that the advocates of various evolutionary theories and their fascination with present-day primitive cultures almost never concern themselves with the oldest religious texts and symbols which have come down to us. The sacred hymns and eulogies of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia reveal a tradition of a great God reaching back into prehistoric times. Moreover, a comparison of early and later sources rather than of a once unified idea into magic, astrology, totemism, and other elements with which the evolutionists associate the first stages of religion. There are grounds for speaking of an archaic monotheism, astral in nature, existing long before the idea of God received its spiritual and philosophical elevation in Hebrew and Greek thought. To the ancients themselves, the entire question was simply a matter of concrete history. The present world is a fragmented copy of an earlier age, in which the supreme light God stood alone in a primeval sea, accompanying the cosmic center. Ancient Egyptian texts repeatedly invoke a singular figure, worshipped as the great and highest light of the primeval age. One of his many names was Atum, a god born in the abyss before the sky existed, before the earth existed. These are worlds of the pyramid texts, perhaps the world's oldest religious hymns, but the texts of all periods look back to the same primordial time when Atum shone forth alone. I came into being of myself in the midst of the primeval waters, states the god in the Book of the Dead. More than once, the coffin texts recall the time when Atum was alone before he had repeated himself. He was alone in the primeval waters, they say. I was the spirit in the primeval waters, he who had no companion when my name came into existence. Each locality in Egypt appears to have possessed its own special representative of the Father God. To some, he was Horus, the god who came first into being when no other god had yet come into existence, when no name of anything had yet been proclaimed. Other traditions knew him as Ra, the god one who came into being in the beginning of time. O thou who didst give thyself birth, O one mighty, one of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world. The followers of Amen proclaimed their God, the Ancient of Heaven, Father of the gods. Ptah was the splendid God who existed alone in the beginning. The different local names of the primeval deity, though adding complexity to Egyptian religion as a whole, do not cloud the underlying idea. He is the one God. He is the God one, and only one, the Father of beginnings, the Supreme Lord, the singular God, except whom at the beginning none other existed. Surveying Egyptian religion, one cannot fail to notice that the priests' obsession with the past and their vivid portrait of the great God in his first appearance, those who look for an unseen creator in early Egyptian religion will be disappointed. He is a visible and concrete power, the Lord of Terror, or the Great of Terror. The memory of this solidarity light, God and Creator, was as old as the most ancient Egyptian ritual. His appearance and even departure shaped every aspect of the Egyptian worldview. So also in Mesopotamia, about which Stephen Langdon raises the question of archaic monotheism. After a prolonged study of Semitic and Sumerian sources, Langdon concludes that veneration of spirits and demons had nothing to do with the origins of Mesopotamian religion. Rather, both in Sumerian and Semitic religions, monotheism preceded polytheism and belief in good and evil spirits. Langdon notes that on the pictographic tablets, on the painted pots of the prehistoric period, the picture of a star repeatedly appears. The sign, he claims, is virtually the only religious symbol in the primitive period. And in the early Sumerian language, this star symbol is the ideogram for writing God, high, heaven, and bright. It is also the ideogram of An, the oldest and loftiest of the Sumerian gods. An, or Anu, was the father of the gods and the central light at the universe summit, a god of terrifying splendor who governed heaven from his throne in the cosmic sea, Apsu. The Sumero-Babylonian pantheon is filled with competing figures of the primordial creator. Enki, or Ea, Ningirsu, Ninurta, Tammuz, each appears as a local formulation of the same great god. Each shares in the character of the singular An, ruling as universal Lord, fashioning his home above the radiating light in the midst of the celestial ocean. Here, as in Egypt, the god of archaic monotheism is not a transcendent spirit nor invisible power, but a central light. A Sumerian epic to Ninurta proclaims Anu, in the midst of heaven, gave him fearful splendor. Ninurta, according to the text, is like Anu and casts a shadow of glory over the land. All Mesopotamian figures of the primeval god possessed this tangible character, and accounts of the god's radiant appearance are more of a historical than a speculative nature. Egyptian and Mesopotamian tradition of the solitary creator find many parallels in later Hebrew, Greek, Persian, Hindu, and Chinese mysticism and philosophy. But it is the earlier imagery which illuminates the latter. And however unorthodox the idea may seem, the oldest records treat the great god's birth in the deep and his acts of creation as events experienced by the ancestors. Hearts were pervaded with fear. Hearts were pervaded with terror. When I was born in the abyss, proclaims the god of the pyramid text. The solitary god, in the presence of the ancestors, brought forth the primeval world, or earth. To understand the great God's creation, one must put aside modern philosophical and religious conception. The tradition has nothing to do with the origins of our planet or of the material universe. The subject of the original creation legend is the formation of the great God's visible dwelling above. The legend records that when the Creator rose from the cosmic sea, a great band or revolving island congealed around the god as his home. The band appeared as a well-defined, organized, and geometrically unified dwelling, a celestial land fashioned by the Great Father. All space outside this enclosure belonged to unorganized chaos. In a later section of this book, I intend to show that ancient races the world over recorded pictures of the great god and his circular abode. The images were of the circle inside the bigger circle, and then the cross inside the circle. The second, more complete form, showing streams of light radiating from the god to animate his city of heaven. The words which, in the ancient languages, denote this enclosure receive various translations as heaven, cosmos, world, land, earth, netherland, terms which take on vastly different meanings in modern usage. In their original sense, the words signified one and the same thing, a band of light which appeared to set apart the sacred ground of the great god from the rest of space. One cannot begin a survey of the Great Father without confronting his celestial enclosure. But a full discussion of this dwelling will be possible only after certain other aspects of the single God receive clarification. I mention the enclosure now in order to indicate the general and unconventional direction of this investigation. When texts cited in the following pages employ the terms heaven, earth, or world, the reader should know that the usual interpretation will not be my interpretation. Of the Egyptian Atum or Ra, I note these special characteristics. 1. Primeval unity. Atum is the one, but also the all. Though he is the solitary god of beginnings, an assembly of lesser gods emanate from him and revolve in his company. These secondary deities, the Puat or P-A-U-T or circle of the gods, constitute Atum's own limbs. Atum's body is the primeval cosmos, denoted by the circle in the sign. 2. Regulator. Atum is the stationary god, the firm heart of the sky. His hieroglyph, however, is the primitive sledge, signifying to move. As the central light or pivot, he imparts motion to. As the central light or pivot, he imparts motion to, or moves, the heavens, while he himself remains Imhotep, at rest. The celestial motions and the related cycles, he becomes the god of time. 3. The Word. The Egyptians recall Atum as the ancient voice of heaven. The Word came into being. All things were mine when I was alone. I was Ra, Atum, in his final manifestation. The text described the god's first manifestations as the bringing forth of his companions, his limbs, which issue or explode from the god as his fiery speech. This circle of secondary divinities receives the name Khu, K-H-U, meaning words of power, but also radiant lights, or glorious lights. 4. Water God. A well-known character of the Book of the Dead includes this description of Ra. I am the great God who created himself. Who is he? The great God who created himself is the water. It is the abyss, the father of the gods. The great God and the celestial ocean, a lake of fire, are fundamentally one. The waters issue from the God, yet paradoxically give birth to him. 5. The seed. Atum is the masculine power of heaven, the luminous seed embodying all the elements of life, water, fire, air, etc., which flow from him in streams of light. He is the universal source of fertility, animating and impregnating the cosmos. What is most compelling about the portrait of Atum-Ra is the numerous Egyptian divinities duplicate the image. The very traits of the great god, outlined above, are endlessly repeated in the figures of Osiris, Ptah, Horus, Khepera, and Amen, each of whom appears as the solitary god in the fiery sea, the God one who brought forth the company of gods as his own limbs, the God of the reverberating speech, the unmoving God producing celestial revolutions, the final source of waters and the impregnating seed of the cosmos, the universal monarch. The same cosmic figure whom the oldest races knew as the creator and supreme God appears in the myths as a terrestrial king, reigning over the Golden Age. His rule was distinguished for its peace and abundance, and he governed not one land alone, but the entire world, becoming the model of the good king. Every terrestrial ruler, according to the kingship rights, received his charisma and authority from this divine predecessor. No mythical figure remains more enigmatic than the great king, to whom so many ancient peoples trace their ancestry. Who was Osiris, the legendary ruler who led the Egyptians out of barbarism and reigned as king of the world? Who was Enki, whom the ancient Sumerians revered as the universal lord and founder of civilization? The same figure appears repeatedly as one passes to India, Greece, China, and the Americas. For the Hindus, it was Yama. For the Greeks, Kronos. For the Chinese, Hong Ti. The Mexicans insisted that the white god Quetzalcoatl once ruled not only Mexico but all mankind. In North America, the same idea attached to the primordial figure Manabozho. So vivid are the recollections of the universal monarch that his story usually forms the first chapter in the chronicles of kingship, and the kingship rites meticulously preserve a memory of the god-king's rule. Each stage in the inauguration of a new king reenacts the first king's life and death. The rites take the initiated back to the beginning, to the mythical creation. An extraordinary theme emerges in the original age of cosmic harmony and human innocence. The gods dwelt on earth. Presiding over the epoch of peace and plenty was the universal monarch, who founded temples and cities and taught humanity the principles of agriculture, law, writing, music, and other civilized arts. This golden age, however, ended in the god-king's catastrophic death. What is most puzzling to modern commentators is that the king of the world, ruling on earth, is at the same time the creator, the God One. How did the ancients come upon this paradoxical notion? The Age of Kronos. Greek legends recall a remote and mysterious era of Kronos, the creator god who, wielding his sickle, ruled from the summit of Olympus, eventually displaced by his own son, against whom he warred. Violently, Kronos seemed to have appeared to the Greeks as a split personality, at once a radiant god, the very author of the world, and a dark demonic power. But in an old tradition with roots in the earliest antiquity, Kronos is preeminently the good king, his darker side concealed. First of all, the deathless gods who dwell on Olympus made a golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos, reigned in heaven without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil and grief. Miserable age rested not on them. The fruitful earth, unforced, bare them fruit abundantly, and without stint. They dwelt in ease and peace upon their lands, with many good things, rich in flocks, and loved by the blessed gods. When Hesiod wrote these lines, the golden age of Chronos was but a faint and often confused memory. To observe antiquity of the idea, one need only refer to the cradles of ancient civilization, Egypt and Mesopotamia. Among the Egyptians, the father of the paradisal age possessed many names, but each tradition proclaimed the same original excellence of creation, subsequently corrupted. The peaceful epoch was distinctly the age of Chronos, under a different title. Throughout their history, the Egyptians believed in a time of perfection at the beginning of the world, observes Clark. In the earliest age, say the Egyptian sources, the great god was the first king, a ruler whose life served as a model for all succeeding ages. With the god-king Osiris, the Egyptians constantly associated a vanished golden age. As King Osiris, the beneficent being, taught his subjects to worship the gods, gave them the arts of civilization and city, and disseminating wisdom from one land to another, he became the benefactor of the whole world. But his eventual murder brought worldwide destruction. Among classical writers, Herodotus, Diodorus, Plutarch, the idea prevailed that Osiris lived on our earth as a man, or a man-god. Egyptian sources, too, often portray him in human form. Yet the early religious texts say again and again that Osiris was the supreme light of heaven, ruling from the cosmic center. He was, in fact, the lord of the gods, God One. His body formed the circle of the Duat, the celestial residence of the gods, and the secondary gods themselves constituted the limbs of Osiris. Indeed, the traditions of Osiris melt into those of Ra and God One, who came into being in primeval time. Just as Osiris' followers remembered his rule on earth, so did other Egyptians recall the terrestrial reign of the creator Ra. To this age, states Lenormant, the Egyptians continually look back with regret and envy to declare the superiority of one thing above all other things imaginable. It was enough to affirm its like had never been since the days of Ra. Its like never had been since the days of Ra. Ra, the father of the gods, reigned over the terrestrial world, but wandered away when the heavens fell into disorder. All chronological tradition affirms that Ra had once ruled over Egypt, writes Budge, and it is a remarkable fact that every possessor of the throne of Egypt has proven, by some means or other, to have the blood of Ra flowing in his veins. But the same belief applied to Horus, the god-king par excellence, as well as Atum, Khepra, Ptah, and Amen. The fact, which must be explained, is the memory of the creator king and his original age of abundance was far broader than any local tradition, and the story was not limited to Egypt, according to the theologian and historian Eusebius, who relates the account of the Babylonian priest historian Berosus. The ancient tribes of Chaldea owed their civilization to a powerful and benevolent figure named Oannes, who ruled before the deluge. Prior to Oannes, the tribes lived without order, like beasts, but the new god-king who issued from the sea instructed mankind in writing and various arts, the formation of cities and the founding of temples. He also taught them to use the use of laws, of bounds, and of division, also the harvesting of grains and fruits, and in short, all that pertains to the mollifying of life he had delivered to men. And since that time, nothing more has been invented by anybody. Oannes was simply the Greek name for the Babylonian Ea, the Sumerian Enki, worshipped in the cities of Eridu at the mouth of the Euphrates. The tradition dates to the earliest stage of Sumerian history, a time when the myths say that Enki and his wife, Damkina, governed the lost paradise of Dilmun, the pure place of man's genesis. They alone reposed in Dilmun, where Enki and his wife reposed. That place was pure, that place was clean. In Dilmun, the raven croaked not, the kite shrieked not kite-like, the lion mangled not, the wolf ravaged not the lambs. The inhabitants of this paradise lived in a state of near perfection, drinking the waters of life and enjoying unbounded prosperity. Ruling over this favored domain, Enki introduced the civilization to mankind, founded the first cities and temples, and set down the first laws. If, in the account of Berosus, the bringer of civilization appears as a man, or part fish, the earlier accounts call him the creator. His home was the cosmic sea, Apsu, the celestial waters of fire, rage, splendor, and terror. The priests of Ea, or Enki, deemed him Momo, the creative word. How about that, Momo? The creative word. Like the Egyptian creator Enki brought forth the second gods through his own speech. Diverse localities worshipped the same cosmic power under different names. In the ancient city of Lagash, the priests honored the god Ninurta as the father of the paradisal age. Ninurta founded temples and cities, and years of his rule connected with the beginning of the world were years of plenty. Ninurta scaled the mountain and scattered seed far and wide, and the plants, with one accord, named him as their king. The Sumerians themselves knew that Ninurta was the same as the vegetation god, Dumuzi, or Tammuz, son of the Apsu, the shepherd of mankind, whom classical mythology knew as Adonis, and whose catastrophic departure, or death, became the focus of ritual lamentations for many hundreds of years. But Enki, Ninurta, and Dumuzi were only aspects of the creator An, whose ideogram, as previously noted, appears as the earliest Mesopotamian sign of divinity. In all the myths and temple hymns, the Sumerians distinguished the present age from that day, or the days of old, when the gods gave man abundance, the day when vegetation flourished, the supreme figure reigning over his remote age. This remote age was An, the central and highest light, whose foremost epithet was Lugal, king. The Sumerians claim that the very institution of kingship descended from the heaven of An. It was An who produced the beneficent age, which the destiny was fixed for everything that was engendered by An. When An engendered the year of abundance. How widespread was this memory of a golden age, founded and governed by the Creator himself? It appears that the tradition was either preserved in or migrated to every section of the world in Mexico. Legends recount the ancient rule of Quetzalcoatl, who appeared from the sea to become the good and wise ruler of the Tolan in the golden age of Anahuac. The legend describes the god as a lawgiver, teacher of arts, and founder of purified religion. He was the ancestral founding king, and all later Toltec kings considered themselves as direct descendants of Quetzalcoatl. The Toltecs sang. All the arts of the Toltecs, their knowledge, everything came from Quetzalcoatl. The Toltecs were wealthy. Their foodstuffs, their substance cost nothing. They say that the squash were big and heavy, and those Toltecs were very rich. They were very happy. There was no poverty or sadness. Nothing was lacking in their houses. There was no hunger among them. In the story of Quetzalcoatl, one finds the same confusion of man and God as in the legends of Egypt and Mesopotamia. The chronicler, Sahagan, writes, although this Quetzalcoatl had been a man, they respected him as a god. Indeed, he was the creator, for he made the heavens, the sun, the earth. The Toltecs claim that in the beginning their race knew only one God. Only one God did they have, and they held him as the only God. They invoked him. They supplicated him. His name was Quetzalcoatl. Not only was Quetzalcoatl the giver of life, the evidence proclaims that the first divine generation emanated directly from him. But eventually the god, like his counterparts around the world, suffered a violent fate, bringing to an end his golden age. To the Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and American Indian accounts of the remote epoch correspond numerous legends of India, Iran, China, and northern Europe. India, the Hindu Brahma, Yama, Vishnu, and Manu coverage as representatives of a solitary supreme god and creator governing the lost paradise as the first king, setting forth the first moral codes, and imparting to mankind the fundamentals of civilization. Yuma appears as universal lord, Manu as the king of the world, or universal legislator, to whom later monarchs traced their lineage. In the beginning, say the Upanishads, there arose the golden child. As soon as born, he alone was Lord of all. That is, this was Brahma, the one God, the God one. His prosperous epoch, however, ended in his own death and world-destroying conflagration. Iran, Yima, the Iranian transcript of the Hindu Yama, is patriarchal lord of mankind, the brilliant Yima, who first introduced law and civilization to the world. His age knew neither cold nor heat, neither age nor death. So resplendent was his rule that the world assembled around his throne in wonder. Then, when Yima diverged from the path of justice, the glory fled from his kingdom, and he was put to death. Thereupon the eternal spring became a devastating winter. China, in the earliest age, according to the ancient Chinese lore, the purest pleasure and tranquility reigned throughout all nature. Mankind suffered neither hunger nor pain nor sorrow. The whole creation enjoyed a state of happiness. All things grew without labor, and a universal fertility prevailed. It was over just such a paradise that the Yellow Emperor, Hong Ti, ruled. Considered the father of the Taoist religion, Hong Ti was the creator, a universal lawmaker and founder of arts and civilization. He was also immortal, and his fruitful era vanished upon his death. Northern Europe. During the Peace of Frodi, a mythical Danish king, no man injured another, and a magical mill ground out peace and plenty for the entire land. Frodi was the Norse god Frey, founder of temples and religious rites, the generous lord under whom peace and fruitfulness abounded, both the lord of the Swedes and god of the world, in the footsteps of the Scandinavian Odin, the creator. Well-being, peace, and good seasons followed. The legends style him the first king, the inventor of arts, and the source of human wisdom. But the age of Frey dissolved in flames, just as Odin and his prosperous kingdom came crashing down in the fires of Ragnarok. Here, then, is a worldwide motif, deeply ingrained in the religious and historical records of all principal races. The idea of Edenic happiness of the first human beings constitutes one of the universal traditions, states Lenormant. Ministering over his age is the universal monarch, while extolled as the solitary supreme God and the creator of the world. He yet appears as a ruler on earth, the ancestor of terrestrial kings. By his teaching, mankind rose from barbarism. But in the end, the God met a catastrophic fate, and his death or departure brought a violent termination of the First World Order. The rights of kingship. The ritual surrounding ancient kings amounts to a summary of ancient beliefs about the universal monarch. For every local sovereign was the successor and representative of the great god, who ruled the world during the Golden Age. The rights of kingship testify to the enormous power which the collective memory of this god-king held over later generations. Chronicles of kingship from Egypt to Mesopotamia to Persia to China to Italy to Northern Europe to pre-Columbian Mexico all trace the line of kings back to the first king, a supreme cosmic deity who founded the kingship rights. When history begins, there are kings, the representatives of the gods, states Hocart. No greater mistake could be made by historians than to assume that the sovereignty of kings grew out of economic or material concerns. Instead, the crucial forces were religious. The king was a product of ancient ritual, and the ritual centered on cosmic beliefs, which for several millennia could not be shaken loose. To comprehend the mighty influence of kingship in the ancient world, one must penetrate the mystery of the king's prototype, the universal monarch. In the first king's life and rule originated the prerogatives and obligations of all local sovereigns. It was the duty of every king to perform the rites instituted by the great god in the beginning, and to renew, if only symbolically, the primordial era of peace and plenty. In the ritual, the king turns the wheel of law, first turned by the great god, rides on the god's own cosmic ship, takes spouse the great mother, mistress of the great father, builds temples and cities patterned after the god's celestial abode, and subdues the forces of darkness, barbarians, just as the god defeated chaos in the beginning. Whatever the marvels of the great father, it is the duty of each local king to repeat them, or at least ritually to reenact these accomplishments as if he were the great god himself. In his study of kingship in Egypt, Henry Frankfurt tells us that the great god was the first king. Whether named Ra, Khepri, or Atum, he is the prototype of Pharaoh, and the texts abound in phrases drawing the comparisons. To certify his authority as a successor of the universal monarch, the king credits himself with having introduced the age of abundance, like that of ancestral sovereign. Thus, Thutmose III not only sits upon the throne of Atum, but claims to have achieved what had not been done since the time of Ra, and have restored conditions as they were in the beginning. Amenhotep III strives to make the country flourish as in primeval times. Similarly, when the Sumerian king Dungi ascended the throne, the people supposed that a champion had arisen to restore the paradise which existed before the flood, but was lost through transgression. Each king, states Alfred Germanius, primeval king. Each king, states Alfred Germanius, was expected to reproduce the wonders of the great god, the primeval king. Thus does Ansabernerpal proclaim that upon his ascension to the throne, Raman has sent forth his rain. The harvest was plentiful, the corn was abundant, the cattle multiplied exceedingly. Among the Hebrews, every king is a Messiah, and at times the hope is expressed that the king will introduce a new golden age. Each is the test of the just or good ruler, who brings prosperity and a fruitful earth. This belief, which seems to have held sway over the entire ancient world, receives insufficient attention from historians. It points directly to an extraordinary memory of the universal monarch. Consider Homer gives as the ideal a blameless king whose fame goes up to the wide heaven, maintaining right, and the black earth bears wheat and barley, and the trees are laden with fruit, and the sheep bring forth and fail not, and the sea gives store of fish, and all from his good guidance, and the people prosper. Can this be anything other than the lost age of Kronos? Why should a fertile soil confirm the righteousness of kings? The connection becomes clear once one takes the universal monarch as more than an esoteric fiction and recognizes him as the shaping force behind the ideals of kingship. Just as peace and plenty followed in the footsteps of the first ideal good king, they should follow those of his successors, who share the charisma of the great predecessor. The further we go back in history, observes Young, the more evident does the king's divinity become. And in the Near East, the whole essence of kingship was based far more on theological than political considerations. It was self-evident that the king was the magical source of welfare and prosperity, and for the entire organic community of man, animal, and the plant. From him flowed life and prosperity of his subjects, the increase of the herds, and the fertility of the land. This image of the local king is drawn directly from the image of the universal monarch. Thus did the ancient ruler call himself king of the world, and claim to radiate power and light. Thompson tells us that the Mayan ruler declared himself as something like king of kings, ruler of the world, regent on earth of the great Itzamna, a sort of divine right of kings, which would have turned James I green with envy. Walt Thompson calls an inflated notion of grandeur. It seems to characterize all ancient kings, who shine like the sun and direct the heavenly motions. But the reason must be appreciated. Every king was, in a magical way, the universal monarch reborn. The institution and ritual of kingship point to the same great God and the same golden age, as do the myths of cosmic beginnings. And what historical conditions did this collective memory originate? And if the universal monarch governed the entire heavens as God one, why was he called an ancestor? The subject, or the heaven man, would be next. Heaven man. So vivid was the Great Father's celestial image, and so overpowering was his influence on civilization in its infancy, that the ancient chroniclers often gave him human form, recalling him as the first man. But he was no mortal of flesh and blood, a celestial giant whose body encompassed all the gods and composed the primeval matter of creation. The Great Father reigned over the prosperous age, and then departed amid great upheaval. The mythical accounts give this imposing figure such tangible and human traits. More than one scholar reduces him to a living man, an esteemed tribal ancestor, whose heroic exploits succeeding generations progressively enlarged until the entire universe came under his authority. This is the approach of William Ridgway, who, in a survey of the best-known figures of the Great Father, argues that only an actual tribal chief could have left such a profound imprint on primitive community. Ridgway asks us whether the abstract sky, or the solar orb, or a vegetation spirit, common explanations of the Great Father, could produce such devotion, as is evident in the annual lamentations over the ruler's catastrophic death. Osiris, Brahma, Tammuz, Quetzalcoatl. Their devotees remember each as a living ancestor, whose passing was a terrifying calamity. Of course, Ridgway does not assume that one man alone accounts for all the traditions of a Great Father. Rather, he seeks to identify each in terms of a historical figure, quite distinct from the venerated ancestors of other tribes. If his argument against prevailing astronomical and vegetation theories carried great weight, they failed to explain the global parallels between the respective myths. Nor can one reconcile Ridgway's interpretation with the incontrovertible fact that, in the earliest accounts, the Great Father is manifestly cosmic. That many sacred histories, however, present the Creator King in human form is a paradox requiring an explanation. The solution lies in the nature of the legendary first man. Who was Adam? If one compares the traditions of Adam with the global image of the Great Father, there can be little doubt that this primeval ancestor was simply a special form of the universal monarch. According to Hebrew legend, Adam's stature was so great that he extended from earth to the center of heaven. His countenance obscured the sun. Like the universal monarch, Adam was Lord on earth, to rule and control it, teaching his subjects first arts, then sciences. Well, he had his priorities straight. The myths say that the terrestrial creatures took him to be their creator, and they all came to offer him adoration. While the chroniclers call this a mistake, substantial evidence shows that the tradition pertained more to a god than a man. In Gnostic and other mystic systems, Adam is not immortal but a cosmic being whose body contained the seed of all later creation, as observed by G.G. Shalom. Summarizing the traditions of the Hebrew Kabbalah, Adam, or Adam Kadmon, is the primordial man, that is, a vast representation of the power of the universe, which is concentrated in him. This Adam is the man of light, occupying the center of the cosmos and radiating energy along the axis of the universe. He is creator and supporter of the world, whose body encloses all the elements of life. And one interesting side note is that in astrology, which is also Hermeticism, basic principles, they have the cosmos in the shape of a man, and his head is by, I believe it's the Pleiades, which represents man's third eye, the pineal gland. Islamic mystics called Adam the universal man, or perfect man, upholding the cosmos. To the Ophites of the early Christian era, he was Adonis, the man from on high, or, in the words of Lenormant, the typical perfect man, that is, the heavenly prototype of man. It is one of the cosmonic fragments preserved in the extracts of Sancherithon, as recorded by Philo of Byblos. Adam is born at the beginning of all things, and is identical with the Greek Uranos, heaven. The modern-day Mandeans of Iraq know Adam as the king of the universe, a personification of all spiritual man, of all that spiritual man is intended to be and achieve. This, of course, sounds almost exactly like the primordial God One of global legend. Indeed, in the myths of many lands, the first man and creator king are identical, though the Hindu Yama and his counterpart Manu appear as the creator and king of the world. They also signify the primal ancestor. Their character as the first man, however, does not mean flesh and blood. They are the celestial prototypes, notes Lenormant, symbolic of man in general. The role in the Hindu Yama is filled in Persian myth, not only by Yama, but also by Gea Maritan, a legendary first king, a man of perfect purity, produced brilliant and white, radiant and tall. Sounds like an extraterrestrial. He too appears as the prototype of mankind. Many myths make no distinction between the creator and the first man. The Oceanic Tiki is at once the first man and the creator or progenitor of man. Among the Koryak, the creator of the world is also the first man, the father and protector of the Koryak. In the Symbion, North American Sayun tribe say that it was the first man who brought the world out of the primeval water. They also say that the first man, the creator, that no man made him, and that he is immortal. The Altiac Tartars similarly speak of a world man or first man. In the creation myths, he doubles for God himself and raises the world from cosmic waters. Comparable is the world man of the Lapps, or the lonely man whom the Yakuts deem the first ancestor and whose dwelling pierced the summit of heaven. If the general tradition be our guide, Adam is the solitary god of beginnings, presented in human form. This was the opinion of the controversial Gerald Massey, who, enchanted by the depth of Egyptian cosmology, proposed that the Hebrew Adam echoed the older Egyptian Atum, the god who shone forth alone in the abyss. It matters little whether the relationship of the two figures is as direct as Massey suggested. Throughout the ancient world, the original god passed into the legendary first ancestor as the creative intelligence and voice, word of heaven. The Great Father came to be viewed as the thinking and speaking man, a towering giant whose body was the original cosmos. Both the tomb and later Adam possessed this distinctive character as heaven man, as in astrology too. But certain developments of the idea stand out. 1. The Egyptian version of the myth, the great god Atum-Ra, through tumultuous speech, brings forth a circle of subordinate gods as satellites, revolving in his company and forming his own limbs. The central god and his revolving members compose the primordial cosmos, heaven, world. The crucial term is Paut, P-A-U-T. It means primeval matter, referring to the material emitted by Atum, which took form as the cosmos. Paut is equivalent to the Ku, or fiery words of power, uttered by the great god. The term signifies at once the circle of the gods and body of Atum-Ra, which is to say, cosmos equals company of gods equals creator's limbs body. That the created cosmos emanated from the primordial god is a theme which persisted in later traditions of Adam. From Adam Kadmon sprang successive degrees of creation. Gnostic tradition knew Adam as the prima materia of the cosmos, a remarkable parallel to the Egyptian primeval matter, the limbs of Atum-Ra. The great god's body embraces and is heaven, not only in Egyptian but all principal cosmology. Like Atum, the Sumerian An encompasses the entire heaven. Indeed, this very name signifies heaven, and one can trace the equation of God and heaven, or shining heaven, through all of the ancient languages. The Chinese Tian signifies both the high God and heaven, as does the Altiac Tengri. The Sanskrit Dias and heaven, as does the Altaic Tengri. Dias, Latin Deus, carries the double meaning of God and heaven. It is useless to look to the open sky for an explanation of this equivalence. Originally, heaven meant the orchestrated cosmos, or body, of the God One, formed by the circle of lesser gods. The myths unanimously insist that this celestial order collapsed with the death of the great God, the heaven man. 2. All-embracing character of the Great Father facilitated important development of the God's image at a time when cultural mixture could have destroyed the monotheistic theme. In ancient Egypt, almost every district seems to have had its favored representative of the God One, a fact which gives the great compendiums of Egypt, religion, pyramid texts, etc., a misleading appearance of confusion. How can we speak of a solitary God when Egyptian texts refer to an endless number of primary deities? 3. In the subsequent development of the myth, the heaven man passed into a mythical philosophical explanation of our earth and the material universe as a whole. Here the god appears as a primordial giant who existed before the deluge and gave his body to creation, not the creation of the primordial cosmos, but of our world with its mountains, seas, clouds, and surrounding heavenly bodies. A noteworthy example is the Scandinavian primeval giant, Ymir. In the prose, Edda, the gods fashioned the world from the giant's body. From his blood, the sea and lakes. From his flesh, the earth. From his bones, the mountains. His teeth become rocks and pebbles. His skull, the sky. And his brains, the clouds. The sparks and burning embers produced by his dismemberment became the stars. Compare the Hindu giant Purusha, whose body formed the world. His mouth was the Brahman, his 2 thighs the Vyase. From his 2 feet the Sudra was born. The moon was born from his mind. It's pretty crazy. From his eye the sun was born. From his navel was produced the air. From his head the sky was evolved. From his 2 feet the earth. From his ears the quarters. Purusha is the primal man. In Buddhist lore, this cosmic giant is Bodhisattva Manjukri. Elsewhere in China, the role belongs to the Demiurge Panku, whose body provides the material for creation. Zoroastrians claim that the created world was the giant sphere, cosmos, the body of the great god Zervan. All such heaven-sustaining giants can be best understood by reference to the original cosmos of the God One, rather than the open expanse to which the term heaven normally refers to today. 4. If the giant myths emphasize the material form of the heaven man, an age of metaphysics stressed the god's character as universal intelligence, raising his image to a high degree of philosophical purity. The God One became the first principle, first cause, mind, word or self, logos, Sophia, Tao, etc. Yet, in none of these cases did detached philosophy succeed in creating a pure abstraction. The Greek nous, N-O-U-S, the animating mind or intelligent spirit, was never fully divorced from the antecedent tradition of the heaven man. Both Vesuvius and Syncellus tradition of heaven man. Both Vesuvius and Syncellus identify the great mind with Prometheus, the primordial man who lived before the deluge. In Orphic description of the universal mind, it is hardly distinguishable from the Hindu giant Purusha. All things were contained within the vast womb of the god. Heaven was his head. Bright beams of stars were his radiant locks, and all productive earth was his sacred womb. The circling ocean was his belt. His body, the universe, was radiant, immovable, eternal, and pure ether was his intellectual soul. The ancients knew the mighty nous, by which he pervades, animates, preserves, and governs all things. Nous was the primordial one, from which all things emanated. The central light which produced and regulated the cosmos body. An exactly equivalent notion was the Hindu universal self. There, the original concept certainly did not mean invisible soul, or anything like it. The cosmic self was Brahma, or Prajapati, the golden child, who appeared alone on the first occasion. In the beginning, say the Upanishads, Prajapati stood alone. The same texts say, in the beginning there was self alone. From the primordial self, enclosed all the life elements, issued the creation in successive degrees. From the self sprang ether. From the ether, air. From air, fire. From fire, water, etc. Adam Kadmon radiated the elements in similar fashion. Hindu thought portrays the universal self as the first form and the animating soul of the heaven man. In the beginning, this universe was nothing but the self in the form of a man. It looked around and saw there was nothing but itself, whereupon its first shout was, "It is I," whence the concept I arose. Then the self poured forth the creation. The created world, cosmos, in Hindu myth, took form as the giant Purusha, recognized as the body of Prajapati, Brahma, self. Numerous traditions, the emanation or pouring out of creation, as the Greek god's speech. This is the root meaning of the Greek and Hebrew word, which signify really visible speech. The Chinese Tao, the primeval unity or first cause, also conveys the idea to speak. By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, states the Hebrew psalmist 33:6. This idea of the creative word of God, observes John Allegro, came to have a profound philosophical and religious importance and was, and still is, the subject of much metaphysical debate. But originally it was not an abstract notion. You could see the Word of God. In the Hebrew creation legend, the speech of the Creator is poured out as spittle or seed. The most forceful spurting of this seed is accompanied by thunder and the shrieking wind. The imagery takes us back to the thundering voice of Atum. In most creation myths, and certainly in the Egyptian and Sumerian prototypes, the Great Father, his life-bearing rays, his voice, word, and the company of gods, limbs, limbs, all appear as powers seen and heard. The god is the celestial man, whose history became the overwhelming obsession of ancient ritual, residing at the stationary center, the domain, which the Egyptians called the Maat, M-A-A-T, truth or wisdom, and the Mesopotamians denominated Apsu, residence of wisdom. The god commanded the cosmic revolutions. He was, in short, the creative intelligence, producing a new and harmonious celestial order. This was the heaven man, the ideal man, and the ideal king. This will be the last one. Those last 3 videos by Walt Thornhill really hit home. We really need to have a paradigm change if we want to live longer and live healthy. For everything is electric. There isn't any way possible to give.
Entered into a dark and foreboding gloom, lit their animal fat-fueled lamps, and proceeded to produce artistic masterpieces that, when rediscovered millennia later, led Pablo Picasso to declare modern art had invented nothing. The subterranean gloom encountered by these early artists was nothing substantially different from their everyday existence on the surface above. Outside these caves, in the open air of a world existing under a chaotic void-like sky, mankind's early ancestors are reported in myth to have lived in a perpetual twilight, devoid of our current sun. Their world, according to many ancient creation accounts, was permeated by a dull glow that provided barely enough light in which to read your average Paleolithic newspaper. Eduardo Cardona, in a chapter in his book Godstar, titled The Age of Darkness, points to comments made by P. Wheeler on the Japanese creation myth that indicate the universal nature of the Kronos-Saturn myth as the main construct in this primordial age of darkness. In the earliest legend with which the recital opens, one recognizes the primal myth, the development from a primordial darkness of chaos. This is the Kronos legend, in its 1,000 forms, the father of all mythologies, upon which so many peoples have constructed their cosmogonies, while also providing many direct quotes from various world creation myths, including Jewish literature. Cardona cites H. Osborne, whose work on South American mythology also recognized this primeval age of darkness theme. Some mythological cycles feature a primitive age of darkness before the existence of the sun, when human beings lived in a state of anarchy without the techniques of civilized life, an age before the existence of the sun. As noted by Cardona, which descriptions may leave the reader with the mistaken impression that without the sun there was no light at all. Yet this is not quite the case in mythology, and the same creation myths point to the existence of at least a modest amount of light before the coming of the sun, albeit from a different source to our sun. That source was Saturn, the ancient creator god, in his myriad of forms throughout world mythology, and conclusively identified with the planet Saturn. This celestial Saturn was the very same small and weak raven character in the Eskimo creation myth. The light of our current sun, as a rule, is not essential to life. Microbial life can exist in a sunless environment, as can species of deep sea life. While photosynthesis in vegetation works best in the darker red light spectrum, rather than the harsh and bright ultraviolet light of the sun, so it is not inconceivable that life on Earth, as we know it, could have existed and even flourished in a predominantly nocturnal world, provided there was some form of radiated red spectrum light or energy. Most species of animal, including those now long extinct, exhibit high degrees of nocturnal adaptation. Of all the higher creatures currently inhabiting the Earth, human beings are probably the least adapted to a nocturnal environment. Yet traditional mythologies remember a time of darkness stretching out into an unknown antiquity, a time in which the god Saturn, in all his manifestations, was small and weak, a mere shadow of the creative force he was destined to become. As mankind's first remembered source of light, long before the coming of the sun, Saturn is said to have cast its pale light on a world without seasons and devoid of any means for humans to calculate time. Locked in a stationary post that is reported in mythology to have been at the northern celestial realms, the primordial Saturn seemingly drifted aimlessly through the skies on a chaotic heavenly milieu resembling the ebb and flow of a dark ocean. In this state of affairs that is referred to in the opening verses of Genesis, when darkness was upon the face of the deep and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Our conclusion here is that Saturn's primordial source of a dim, timeless light was a duly glowing sub-brown dwarf star, of which Earth was one of its primary and original satellites, and the Earth was nestled close enough to its original host star to have been enveloped in Saturn's opaque and warming plasma sheath. For humans alive on Earth at this time, there would have been no reference to the greater cosmos, and therefore no reference to any moving celestial object with which they could have marked the passage of time. This was a timeless age in which the dim blue-red light spectrum emanating from Saturn would have cast a dark purple-hued glow over the Earth's surface. This, then, was mankind's purple dawn of creation. Electric universe physicist Wallace Thornhill has suggested that planets orbiting closely to brown dwarf stars would be the best place to go looking for life as we know it outside the solar system. This is a possibility under the EU model because all types of stars, including brown dwarfs, are explained as an electric discharge phenomenon taking place where vast cosmic and electrically live Birkeland currents entwine and pinch down into what is called a Z-pinch, also known as a Bennett pinch. Discovered over 100 years ago, Birkeland currents, or the filamentary gas strings of twisting plasma ropes seen in space, are viewed in the EU model as the galaxy's power lines, feeding electrical power to all of the stars we see in the shining night sky.
The eyes of that extinct species of giant, whose bones fill the mountains of America, have gazed on Niagara as our eyes do now. Abraham Lincoln, 1848. He who knows nothing is closer to the truth than he whose mind is filled with falsehoods and errors. Thomas Jefferson.
And for even Abraham Lincoln to mention to Congress that there were giants once on the earth, it all makes total sense.
Doomsday. What about the other characters in our fairy tale? What about the hero? What about the beautiful princess?
In the myth of St. George, the dragon of darkness attacks the village and carries off the beautiful princess. Then along comes the hero, St. George, who vanquishes the dragon and frees the princess. But in the earlier versions of this story, the dragon is the terrible aspect of the princess herself. So the hero is actually saving the princess from her own alter ego. In the later versions, the innocent princesses and fair maidens are often victimized by an ugly witch. And yet the witch, the devouring hag, and the ogress, like the dragon, all represent the alter ego, or terrible aspect, of the princess herself. And while the witch may soar across the sky with disheveled or flaming hair, she also takes the form of a serpent or fire-breathing dragon when she grows wrathful. It was said of the witch's hair that it could bring rain, hail, wind, and lightning, exactly what ancient nations said of the comet. So too the witch's broom. From Europe to Asia, the clump of grass or straw or feathers, the primitive broom or whisk, was an acknowledged symbol of the comet. In the Americas, Aztec histories remembered Venus as the great feathered serpent, and they called Venus the smoking star, the very phrase they used for a comet. The stargazers of Peru knew Venus as Chasca, the long-haired star, the most common phrase for the comet among ancient peoples. Venus, daughter and spouse of the universal monarch. Within the womb of the goddess resided the unborn hero, Mars, heart of the heart, pupil of the eye. The goddess was the great star, radiating its comet-like hair in all directions, the celestial prototype of the beautiful princess. She was the glory of heaven, the animating flame giving life to the ancient sun god. Her place was squarely in the center of the sun. This produced the great wheel of the sun, with the goddess as the nave and the hero as the axle. As the configuration evolved, the comet-like streams gathered into 3 rays, remembered as the triform or threefold goddess. Later, this same comet-like material presented 4 streamers or rays, giving the wheel its 4 spokes, 4 luminous winds, 4 life-bearing streams, 4 flaming arrows launched into the 4 directions, and the 4 pillars of heaven. With the coming of a great crescent on Saturn, this crescent enclosing the central star of Venus. Saturn's crescent horns provided the celestial timepiece for the daily cycle, fading against a brightening sky as they rose to the right. Growing brilliant as they descended to the left. Hero and goddess engaged in a spiraling dance about the cosmic center. The serpent tail wrapped itself around Venus to produce a band presenting the form of a great eye, so that in its re-entry, Mars became the pupil or the red apple of the eye. Saturn's golden age was interrupted by catastrophe, when the enclosure of the gods was sealed shut. The descent of the hero in his dark aspect, brought overwhelming clouds and darkness. This was the underworld journey, the archetypal ordeal of the hero, and for the earth, a deluge of fire and water. Then Mars rose out of the waters of the deep to produce the world mountain. Formed the rim of the great world wheel, the fiery body of the encircling serpent. Watered by the four rivers, this was the land of the gods, resting on the summit of the world mountain, a bright crescent forming the horned peak. The mountain of Mars became the mooring post of the turning sky. The column of wind or water rising along the world axis. Of the cosmos, with its four extensions holding aloft the world wheel. But the ancient paradise did not last. The hero spirited away the goddess, or stole the heart of the universal monarch, who tumbled from the summit of heaven. The Golden Age gave way to the cosmic night, when the hordes of chaos were set loose and the doomsday dragon moved about in the sky, a monster created by the twisting forms of Venus and Mars. It was then that the terrible goddess appeared with wildly disheveled hair, lamenting the death of the universal monarch. In the events that follow, the hero will subdue the dragon or pacify the raging goddess. The universal monarch's own son, Jupiter, will be installed in the center of the sky. But the universal monarch has departed, and with his death comes the end of the Golden Age.
All that remain are fragments of a collective memory, and hidden deep in the human psyche, a sense of something irrevocably lost, and yet eternally yearned for. A paradise when heaven and earth were one. The death of this paradise was the birth of myth. For several decades now, our probes have explored the heavens, returning messages that challenge our long-held assumptions. Where we expected answers, we found mysterious contradictions. But our expectations were based on an intellectual fiction, the idea of the uneventful solar system. Can we allow for the possibility that our ancestors experienced extraordinary cosmic events, events we've simply forgotten? If we allow this idea, even as a possibility, we are inviting a revolution. One discovery will lead inexorably to another, and our entire perspective on the past and the future will be forever changed.
Egypt and the rest of these things that he showed us, all from mythology, all from thousands of years ago. These things clearly were seen by civilizations that never talked to each other from the far corners of the earth. It all just clicked together like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle in my mind.
A breakthrough for me came when I realized that many different cultures spread around the world use different words, different symbols, different myths to describe precisely the same formations in the sky. The Ouroboros, or celestial serpent biting its tail, for example, occurs on every habitable continent, but it has no ties to the world we now observe. Like all of the archetypes, it is part of an alien sky. A cosmic column rising to the center of the sky, holding aloft the wheel of heaven. And much more than a wheel, because this was the revolving cosmic temple, the city of the gods, the kingdom of heaven, always resting on the cosmic column. Then there's the image of the four rivers or pathways radiating from the center of the sky out to the boundary, the rim of the wheel. The simplest forms lead you invariably to the full story of world mythology. The hero's journey unfolds as the story of the wheel's axle. The mother goddess finds her identity in the star at the summit.
The story of the Royal Society, they were created apparently on 28th November 1660, followed a lecture at Chesham College by Christopher Wren, joined by other leading polymaths including Robert Boyle, John Wilkins. The group soon received royal approval. It would be known as the Royal Society of London for improving natural knowledge. The Royal Society's motto, Nullus in verba, is taken to mean take nobody's word for it, expression of the determination of fellows to withstand withstand the domination of authority and to verify all statements by an appeal to facts determined by experiment. They violate their own motto. They ignore facts and even hide them or cover them up. The real story of the Royal Society was that they were created by the same people who created the Masons and the Rosicrucians, Francis Bacon and Sir John Dee, to control information.
What do you think? Let's discuss
comets around the world. We experienced this horrific cometary catastrophe. The world was devastated by a comet just a few thousand years ago. And Velikovsky went further. He said that not that long ago, planets appeared in the sky with comet-like attributes. In particular, he named the planet Venus as the great comet of antiquity.
I'll say goodnight.
Both Walt Thornhill and I disagreed with many components of Velikovsky's reconstruction, but we also felt that Velikovsky had nailed certain principles that can help us to understand the early cultures. In particular, Velikovsky was correct in naming the planet Venus as the Great Comet. And the cometary language of Venus goes far beyond anything that Velikovsky himself published. In every corner of the world, the language of the comet and the language of Venus are identical. Venus as serpent or dragon. Venus as torch of the sky. Venus as long-haired star. Venus as bearded star. The Sumerian goddess Inanna was identified as Venus. She was the Lady of Life. But in her terrible aspect, she became a dragon-like flame in the sky. The texts say, like a dragon, you have deposited venom on the land, raining the fanned fire down upon the nation. Inanna became a roaring storm. She devastated the land. Mankind comes before you in fear and trembling at your tempestuous radiance, the texts say. Inanna's Babylonian counterpart Ishtar was also identified as Venus. She was the shining torch of heaven and earth. Furious and irresistible onslaught. I rain down like flames, the goddess announces. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet has the same attributes. She takes the form of the fiery Uraeus serpent. She becomes a flame of fire in her tempest, a star scattering its flame and fire. Sekhmet herself says, the fear of me is in their hearts, and the awe of me is in their hearts. No one at all can approach her, the coffin texts say. The streams behind her are flames of fire. The astonishing fact is that goddesses everywhere exhibit this terrifying and cometary aspect. The Canaanite Inat, the Hindu Kali and Durga, the Greek Aphrodite, Athena, Medusa, and countless others. And of course you can add numerous counterparts in the New World, from the Incan goddess Chaska to the Aztec goddess Xochiquetzal to the legendary Nokomis of North American Indian tribes. The serpent or dragon is an unexplained mythical archetype. There's nothing like it anywhere in the biological world. And yet the same recurring feature, the dragon's disheveled hair and shaggy beard. Its knotted aspect and its worldwide appearance as entwined twins. Its fiery or lightning-like emanations and its effusive feathers. In all of the ancient serpent or dragon images, it's the luminous, filamentary, braided, spiraling, metamorphosing, and destructive aspects that stand out, the very traits of high-energy plasma discharge. The attributes of these mythic monsters remain unexplained only until we see the hairy and feathery attributes of the electric arc in the laboratory. We see precisely the same thing in enhanced images of the comet's tail. And we see the same thing in the comet-like discharges of distant nebulas. Gases in a vacuum don't behave this way, but electrified plasma does.
Peter Mungo Ju from the Thunderbolts group is talking about
instant fossilization of the electric force. The Thunderbolts are so powerful that they could instantly fossilize a mammoth or something else. This is the picture of his video. I'll put it down in the links. Highly recommend it. It's very interesting. But new research is being uncovered all the time with the Thunderbolts group. It won't be long before they'll be able to start their own astrophysical journal.
Any science theory claiming that further investigation into it is closed has by that claim unsettled itself. If some new observational or experimental discovery is considered to disturb what was formerly regarded as settled, then the true scientific method will seek to find further resources of observation or experimentation to investigate the issue. Too often one perceives those in their settled science castles pulling up the drawbridges as if new observations, experiments, and science models must be science's enemies, rather than having the possibilities of bringing health and renewal to the great structure of science and science education that our generation is called to bequeath to the future. One of the most long-standing such settled science castles is that model of the Earth's history that may be referred to as Lyellian uniformitarianism. Charles Lyell, 1797 to 1875, who preceded Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, and upon whose thought Darwin came to draw, accepting, one supposes, the Newtonian impression of a solar system that had run like clockwork for all of history, laid down the view that whatever past changes had ever been brought about in nature would have been essentially no different than what was observable in the present. And it seemed obvious that in the present time, natural changes were slow. Lyell's model of natural change in course of time overtook older models of catastrophic change accepted by many researchers, and particularly by Georges Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. In more recent times, models of punctuated evolution have been proposed by Stephen Jay Gould and others, but the conditions driving such punctuation are still assumed to have occurred only in periods of time before humans existed. It is therefore by no means altogether surprising that the electric universe model, which envisages catastrophic changes not only before the advent of man, or even only in man's prehistory, but actually within the historical period, has found the drawbridges being drawn up against its advance into the halls of academia. Catastrophe that is long ago and far away is one thing, but the possibility of catastrophe within human history is quite another. Once we accept that, who knows what the geological clock might begin to reveal about our own history, or indeed suggest about the future. Notwithstanding all this, the model of Lyellian uniformitarianism, if we are prepared to be scientific about the matter, should, in the name of science, be subjected to fresh scrutiny. Might not the EU model, which does encompass recent catastrophic change, be a means of renewing the science of our current geological and evolutionary outlook? For the science story of our own day, sticking to a centuries-old uniformitarianism has given us the mantra of no natural catastrophes for billions of years. The electric universe account, on the other hand, tells that such catastrophes must have occurred even within the lifespan of humanity. Let us, at the very least, put the two accounts head to head, ponder the matter, and learn.
For continuous updates on space news from the electric universe, stay tuned to thunderbolts.info.
I think that's an excellent segment from Bishop Sykes. And I'd just like to add one thing. It is incomprehensible to me that such an awesome power as that of electromagnetism exists in the universe, and cosmologists somehow really think that it's just a benign bystander. It's beyond me how they could possibly think that. It wouldn't be involved in the motions of the celestial sphere. That's all. It was pretty easy for me to grasp, and I'm not a genius, by no means. I just can't understand how they can't see it. They must be blind, or that obtuse. One of the two. And now academia is using governmental tactics like compartmentalization. There are all different kinds of astronomers now, instead of just an astronomer. One day it's like doctors. It was just MD and DO, and then all of a sudden, one day you got a specialist for everything. They keep them like that so it can be worked on a need-to-know basis. That's not how science should conduct itself. That's just giving them a tiny little tunnel to look down. And they can't look in any other direction because it's someone else's territory. And that's no different than how the CIA operates.
That's going to do it for me tonight, guys.
To the situation for the Earth when it was orbiting Proto-Saturn, presumably. So we get to Proto-Saturn's capture.
I'll have all the links
Capture by the sun
24 hours.
is almost impossible gravitationally because there is no energy loss. There's no way of losing energy. A body coming in and swinging around the sun will depart again because there's nothing to put the brakes on and make it go around the sun. Electrical capture has a huge cross-section by comparison. Two stars will see each other electrically once their heliospheres, or astrospheres as they're called generically, touch. Now the sun's heliosphere is 100 astronomical units in radius. Another star would be something comparable. So you're talking about a huge cross-section. So the chances of capture of an object is far greater than gravity would suggest. Actually, I'll explain more about this when I give my presentation on cosmology, this change in gravity and so on. So Proto-Saturn changed from being a star, that is an anode in interstellar space, to becoming a cathode or cometary body in the sun's heliosphere. And like all cathodes, surface material is electrically ejected and the body may fragment under internal electrical stress. And this is the kind of thing which the ancients reported. As you may expect in the electrical model, a brown dwarf desert has been identified close to bright main sequence stars because the brown dwarf switches off and becomes a gas giant. And this is what is seen by astronomers. You won't find brown dwarfs orbiting closely to bright stars. So gravitational theory only accommodates accretion disks. Expulsion disks are believed impossible despite the copious evidence of stars ejecting matter in jets. Even the sun does it in a modest coronal mass ejection kind of way. It's also interesting to note the large number of close orbiting gas giants about nearby stars. This fits the electrical fissioning argument and not the nebular accretion model. Gas giants have also been discovered at distances from their stars where they couldn't have formed within the age of the star. All of the impossible planets and stars being discovered are not impossible in the electric universe model. Instead, they are expected based on that model. I'll deal with this issue in my presentation on cosmology. So it explains why there are so many hot Jupiters that have been found closely orbiting a star. It explains the expulsion rings and many satellites of the gas giant planets in our solar system, and the fact that Saturns are the most spectacular indicates that it was the last or most recent gas giant to flare up and eject matter. Right. Axial tilt families. A simple method of identifying related objects in the solar system is to look at their axial tilts, because in the close relationship between a gas giant or a brown dwarf and its close orbiting satellites, there will generally be phase lock. The satellites all have the same face pointing towards the parent. And as these close orbiting satellites therefore will have their rotation axis aligned with the parent. Having the same degree of axial tilt, modified by precession after disturbance, like the tearing apart of the Saturnian system, that tilt to the plane of their orbits of the ecliptic should be roughly the same. And we can. This is one way of trying to identify members of the same family, because the Sun has an adopted family. So when you look at the planets here, you've got Mars, and you've got Venus, and you've got Earth, and you've got Saturn, the main players. But Venus is the odd one out, because research shows with great certainty that it was born from proto-Saturn in a massive flare-up resulting from the initial adjustment to the present Sun's quite different electrical environment. And this is why there are all those radiating streamers, because it was born as a comet from an already cometary body. So the cometary body fissioned, and the the resulting ejected body went into, it was still captured by its parent, but it too was busily discharging frantically, trying to adjust to its electrical environment. So all of the radiating streamers and the colossal Venus comet appearances can be explained by this model. Now, when Venus was ejecting material, it occurred equatorial. We were sitting underneath this chain of objects, and the streamers were coming out radiating from Venus. And this is actually what we see on Venus today. The scars are wrapped around the equator. But also, when these bodies are ejected, the main body may be spinning this way, and the material is ejected in a stream. It's given a backward kick by its parent. And the result is that the satellite initially, at least, has a backward rotation, and this is what Venus has, very slow backward rotation.
You know, the whole idea here for me is to try to put vital information all together in one place with the links to go to, an expansion on that. And segment coming up here by Walt Thornhill is probably the best that could be said from here. It touches on quite a few subjects.
It is our system of distantly orbiting planets that seems the odd one out. In fact, it argues in favour of a galactic traffic accident between the Sun and a sub-brown dwarf like Jupiter or Saturn." End quote. Since I wrote that article, there have been many developments. For example, the Kepler and TESS space telescopes have discovered that hot Jupiters are less common than previously thought, and that so-called super-Earths are the most numerous class of exoplanet. The most important developments in electric universe thinking is a more mature understanding of electrogravity, supported by the general electrodynamic theory of the great experimental scientist of the 19th century, Wilhelm Weber, together with the observations of the modern-day Galileo, Dr. Halton Arp. Unlike the Big Bang unbalanced universe, the electric universe is in balance, with a dipolar gravitational force, which is identical to the magnetic force but manifests weakly due to the gravitational distortion of the electrical structure within the electron and proton, inside the atoms of a celestial body. The gravity of that body is established initially by the powerful long-range electromagnetic convection of matter into the centre of the Birkeland current filament in a molecular cloud. Being a dipole electric force, the gravity of a star or planet will change with changes to the surface charge of that body. This provides the essential feedback mechanism required for the ready capture of passing bodies and the rapid stabilization of orbits. Halton Arp provided a fundamental benchmark for real cosmology when he found that the universe is not expanding. It is balanced and requires a repulsive gravity to explain his extensive observations. The electric universe had to meet that observational benchmark, and it does so for the simple reason that all celestial bodies will be spherically polarized with the same gravitational pole facing outwards. They will repel each other. Every ponderable body is subject to that repulsive force of gravity from all of the other matter in the universe, a manifestation of Mach's principle, which results in gravity appearing to be an attractive force. This attribute is essential to understand our survival of the planetary close encounters recorded by our prehistoric mythmakers and memorialized by cultures around the world. It explains why the first civilizations arose suddenly in a thunderclap following those events. The unexpectedly large number of free-floating Jupiter-sized planets in a single nearby star cluster, announced in the Phys.org report, has particular significance for our electric universe cosmology. In the electric universe, these objects are not free-floating planets, but are in fact brown dwarf stars that glow in infrared because they are receiving a low level of electric power from the galactic circuit, sufficient to establish a discharge manifesting as a red anode sheath. Such objects form a reservoir of brown dwarf stellar systems that could encounter and become integrated into a more powerful star system, like that of our Sun. That there are so many of them goes to explain why such an event is not only plausible, but inevitable. Using forensic evidence stretching back into prehistory behind in its atmosphere. What I've attempted to show here is a coherent story using forensic evidence stretching back into prehistory of celestial events involving planets and their electrical thunderbolt interactions. A new picture of the universe results from paying heed to Alfvén's warning to introduce electric universe science into cosmology. This is a fundamental shift from the ad hoc theoretical approach, which has no theory explaining the force of gravity, and so, unsurprisingly, no success trying to introduce order into a chaos of anomalies. It has no chance of ever discovering that we are children of the planet and former brown dwarf star, Saturn. This is an invitation to the greatest adventure, to begin to understand our real history and place in the universe for the first time, and that must bring about a much-needed cultural change that may dwarf the scientific revolution. That change is essential if we are to have a future, because the post-traumatic stress disorder we have inherited threatens our very existence on this planet. It manifests as a desire not to know the shocking truth because it exposes our existential fears. As Roger Westcott ably expressed it, man is a wounded animal. His survival is astonishing, but his inability to heal his wounds is tragic. It is tragic because, as Velikovsky argued, being descendants of the survivors of great paroxysms of nature of the past, we are possessed by the urge inherited through racial memory to repeat the violent performance. And it was his greatest fear that we now had the destructive capability to produce our own doomsday. Along with that genius Carl Jung, he warned that mankind is his own worst enemy. So the cultural change offered by electric universe cosmology is essential for our survival. By offering a real understanding of the universe and our history, it offers hope and inspiration where presently there is none. There is far more to life in the electric universe than is dreamt of presently. We are all intimately connected with each other and the Earth. Enjoy the Saturnian Festival of Lights and the New Year.
good old days. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'm going to be bringing chats back, so look forward to that. And I'll see you very soon.